see. Seduction language and like your sexual energy. Like, I don't feel it. When we went to Hard Rock, I feel like that was the first time I was like, oh, Anthony might be working with something. But then you went back into your little shell and I was like, okay,
What?
I won't bother him.
We're gonna dance before I let you go.
Hey guys, and welcome to Little Blackbird 91. We're back. Hold on. They try to just want to focus on me, baby. Focus on me. Camera, focus on. There we go. Listen, we're back, guys. We're back. Listen, I'll work it. It'll come back to me. It'll focus in a minute. Anyway, listen, we're back. We're here with a super panel. We're here to talk about the show. Listen, first of all, I want to say this. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me because this date between Anthony and old girl was nuts to me. That's what I'm gonna say. It was nuts to me. Why why are we having dates at our house, please? Please tell me why we're having dates at our house. I want to get this thing to work because it wants to be why are we having dates at our house, please? Someone tell me why we're dating at our house. Why we're having dates at our house. I want to know why. Because for me, it didn't make sense. This camera wants to mess around. I just had it in shape. There we go. So, I was like, why is Anthony doing that? Why are we having a date at your house? That's why I played that clip. It was like, Anthony, I love you. I like you, brother. Okay. But I was confused why we're having dates at the house. Okay, especially as they're accusing you of being very passive at this particular time and moment as well. So for me, it was a little bit. Anyway, let's quickly just break down, just quickly go through the things what happened on this episode. We saw Morgan and Tony talking at the very beginning. We had Andrew. We had Andre and Mercdes conversation, which I may have an unpopular opinion. I think Andrew handled Mercdes really, really well. I think he told some truths, how he felt, and got on with it, So I was happy with the way that Andre handled Mercdes situation. But yes, we had obviously Morgan and Tony talking. That was a bit crazy as well because she told him not to stop flirting and everything like that as well. We then obviously had Lyndon and Janique joking on the sofa. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know why they showed us that part. I don't know what it meant, to show us that little bit of him joking around or whatever. I'm not sure what that meant. Let me give JR the link as well. So I was like, okay, that don't make no sense for me, but okay. And then we also had obviously Anthony and her date going on. We had Mercdes and Marc Anthony having their date versus Marc Anthony and Jefferi's date. Guys, put in a chat for me. Are we going too deep? Are we thinking too much at the fact that Marc Anthony went with a t-shirt to Mercedes and went with a shirt to Jeffrey? Is that too much? Because I don't know, my analytical mind instantly went, the little details make a big difference. Like if I turn up for Mercedes, I turn up in a t-shirt, but when I turn up for Jeffrey, I'm almost trying. It's almost as if with Jeffrey being older, having kids, he's trying to show that he's mature. That's what it felt like a little bit. Like he's almost trying to show that he's mature. That's why he wore the t-shirt. But that's an unpopular opinion probably as well. I don't know, a bit mad, right? Okay, so then what was that sound? Oh, someone's calling me. Oh, sorry, my boy was calling me. Yeah. So and then obviously we also saw again Tony and Morgan's date again at the end. Towards the end, there's a lot of things that were going on there as well in terms of the actual date. But yeah, there's a lot of things to discuss tonight. A lot of things to break down as well. So we're gonna start getting this show underway. Let me just try one more time. Because this thing, you don't want to respect me, and you don't want to have me clearly focused. There we go. It's focused now. UCLA is in focus. Fantastic. And the background's no longer in focus. All right, cool. Let's get some people on the way. All right. We're going to start with my two panelists. I know the rest of them will come a little bit later as well. You know how it goes. But we're going to get into some conversation as well. I know Lorraine's coming in a second or two as well. Okay, we got Shandy on the background too. Okay, Shandy, just flash your camera for me so I know you're human, just in case, because we know I have people that come on here and just moving the mad. So just Shandy, just in the background, just so I know that you're human. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you showing me lips? Okay, baby. Okay. All right, cool. All right, let's get this on.
Wait,
all right?
You didn't see my face?
I saw your face, baby.
Oh, okay. Hey.
It was a lip, though. That's what I showed, but it's all good. We got you, babe. We got you. We cool, and I think we've got Lorraine coming as well. And I know there's one or two of us coming after as well. Okay, let's start the proceedings. Let's start with the beginning. We're gonna go I'm gonna try and go in linear order. I'm gonna try to anyway, and get the conversation flowing that way. All right. First thing I want to talk about is Andre and Mercedes. I want to know how he handled it. I want to see if you agree. I've seen some comments saying that Andre was being petty for the way he handled the Mercedes situation. I've seen some comments say, you know what, they like what he did with the conversation with Mercedes. I want to get you guys' point of view and ask your thoughts. Do you think that, how Andre handled it was the correct way? I'm going to play a little clip and then we'll get the conversation flowing as well. Let me get this here.
Look at me.
No, I'm not gonna look at you.
No.
You're trying to look.
No. You know I keep it 100.
I want you to keep it about that.
I was hurt. Everyone checked on me. You're the only one. You were my top connection.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he said, obviously, you didn't check up on me. Hey, remember that song? I've been drinking no alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Did you check? Did you honestly notice me? But anyway, listen. So Andre obviously was a little bit hurt by the fact, and he did say the words hurt, that Mercedes didn't check on him. But was he being petty? Was he doing too much? How did you view this particular situation? I'm gonna let Shandy, since you're the first time I've been on the panel. I think it's the first time. I hope I haven't missed you before. What's your opinion? What's your thoughts? How did you see the situation?
Hey everyone. Thank you so much for having me. This is only my second time being on anyone's panel. This is my first time being here. So I feel honored. I love watching your panel, by the way. You know what? I think he was genuinely hurt because I feel like he probably left thinking, oh, we have the strongest connection. So I didn't see nothing wrong with what he did, but I feel like he shouldn't have kept repeating it. Like, we understand she didn't hit you up, move on, He could have went about it a different way, but I definitely think he was, genuinely hurt because he was probably looking forward to talking to her after the process. So I don't see nothing wrong with what he did,
I appreciate it. Thank you, Shandio. JR, what are you saying? Was it a problem?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Coach. Yeah, I think it's a bit problematic, to be honest, because for what we've seen, unless they've edited it, obviously, his top connection was Jeffrey. And he again reiterated that on this episode as well. Like, he's feeling Jeffrey, and before he left, it was Jeffrey and Cynthia that he had the better connection with. But I think he was hurt because he said everybody else checked him, and I think he took it personally that she was the only one that didn't, because he may have been surprised by that. Like, he may actually think, you know, like, he gets on with everybody, so he maybe overstated the connection that he has with her. And to be fair, she kept it real. And she said, listen, literally, it was out of sight, out of mind. Like, she had a process to get on with. And as far as she knew, he had removed himself, obviously, as he was going through the C19 situation. So I think both may have a case, but I think he did too much, to be honest.
Sam, what's your thoughts?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'm already laughing. So I'm thinking a lot of things. I'm going to go in order. First thing, I'm tired of the ready to love people not telling us what's going on, because it seems that there's a lot going on in the background that we don't see. I did not know he had a connection with that girl, Mercedes. I love Mercedes. She's beautiful. We haven't seen much of her. So for me, it was like, you could have checked on him. You didn't check on him. He didn't have to insist. I felt like he kind of insisted, but I like the way he went at her. He did repeat himself a lot. Love the response and love the way he reacted. It was like, okay, bye. And for me, it was like, girl, who else are you talking to anyway? Which is evidence that there's more going on in the background that we don't see. Because for me, as far as I'm concerned, what I've seen, Mercedes does not have that much play going on. And then lastly, that gives to a lot of what I'm thinking about this show. Those people are not serious. Like, what does it matter if he left the show? You could still have a connection after the show. We just saw a couple getting engaged that we didn't see having a connection on the show, but they did get engaged because they had a connection after the show. So if you're serious about getting to know somebody, does it matter if he's in the show or not? That's my question. So when she said what she said, once again, that made me feel like she's not serious. And I don't think she's serious, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit more later whenever we're going to talk about the situation with Marc Anthony. But that was it for me.
That was okay. So you're saying that you don't even think Merc's serious? You know what's interesting? When I saw that scene, I thought Andre. Let's say Andre. Is it Andre? I thought Andre handled it quite well.
Great.
You know, I think he did a good job. I think he was very respectful. I think he spoke to her, with kindness. And he was clear about what happened to him. I like the fact he was vulnerable. I like the fact he told her, listen, hey, what you did hurt me. And that's the reason why I mentioned about you not messaging me. I have no clue as to that they had a connection. I didn't know they had a connection. So when he's saying that she's top, in my head, part of me was like, wait. What do you mean she's your top? Because I thought Cynthia was top or Jeffrey was top. One of those two. Because you've already kind of said that already about Jeffrey that was your top, and it was Cynthia was top. So it's like a bit like with that. But I know they kind of move around a little bit. So, but then I was just like, wait, hold on, why is that a top? Okay, doesn't really matter. Let's say it is his top, right? Okay, cool, it's his top. And then how do you handle the situation? I love the fact that they went away, had a one-to-one. He explained what he felt. Do you know what? I wanted you to check on me. You know what I mean? I wanted you to notice me. But you didn't. And in that case, when she said, hey, the reason is because, you know what? My focus was on Marc Anthony, and I had other priorities. I love the fact he picked up on that, said, okay, that's the answer. One thing that I noticed about Mercedes is when she said that, she didn't even realize she answered the question. And I said, I wonder how good her awareness is, because you literally answered it by saying he wasn't a priority. He said, that's what it is. And I was like, yeah, that's what it is. Like, I wasn't your priority. And she didn't even realize she answered the question. I was like, I wonder how great her awareness is in that aspect. But yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking on that. Anyone else have any other added thoughts onto this Andre and Mercedes situation?
I love the fact that
Andrew reacted. Sorry.
Sorry, Sam. Sam, go for it, and then Sam can go after.
I love the fact that Mercedes was honest, you know, because a lot
I
of,
agree.
you know, men will do that type of thing, but she was just very direct. Like, I have other priorities. So I like how she handled it.
I like her honesty, but also again, a part of me was like, girl, what have you been doing on the background? Because it's not like you have that many connection on the camera. Honestly, I'm like, girl, we just saw you today a little bit more. And I like Mercedes. I like her. And I love the way Andrew took it. Andrew was like, oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know it was out. I loved it. That's the way I am. So I really like the way Andrew took it, because I would have done the same.
The only thing on Mercedes' mind is Mark Anthony.
Poor girl.
I agree. I can't lie to you.
I agree.
Okay, so, go for it, Jay. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, like,
go for it.
The thing is, like, I think Mercedes and Mark Anthony have a more of a connection than we actually do see, because I don't think their connection is problematic, right? I don't think there's the drama-filled pettiness that goes on with some of the other couples, or, you know, any of the real controversial talking points. So, you know, she's been in the process. She hasn't been in the bottom. No one's really called her name. So that means she's probably secure as far as being voted off is concerned, right? Now, how Andre handled her, I think the problem is he tried to pin her down on it too much, in my opinion. He went on and on about it. And I get it. C19 can adversely affect people in some serious ways. Like some people, a lot of people haven't survived it. But again, I think, yeah, I can see in the comments, just because she hasn't seen him doesn't mean they haven't been talking on the phone. But yeah, I think his response is a bit too strong, because they don't have, like I said, there's no way he rates Mercedes more than Jeffrey, and there's no way he rates Mercedes more than Cynthia from what we've seen. So I think he just went in on her too much. You know, fair enough, he's hurt because every other castmate hollered at him, but she didn't. And remember, Tommy did say that he's caught the virus, and he's also decided to remove himself from the process. So at that point, why would she continue? And I get Sam's point that maybe after the show there may be a connection, but no, he's already got two other stronger ones. So that wouldn't even have entered her mind. She's got other connections as well, especially with Mark Anthony.
You know, I think it's interesting as well. I think I can see both sides of the situation, right? The reality is she just didn't care. That's the reality. She didn't care. Okay, she didn't care. All right. Because if I've built, and because she admitted that she had some type of connection with him. If I've built some type of connection with you, and I don't check up on you, I've been drinking more alcohol. I don't care about you. I'm honest with you. You're not my priority, and I think I'm okay with that. I now know where I stand. And that's why I like the honesty. It did make me go a little bit, because I was like, wait, if you did have a connection, why didn't you check up on him? Like, she admits that they had a connection. If you had a connection, why didn't you check up on him? Like that, you know, in terms of what's the behavior driving that. But it's interesting because, and maybe you guys can chime in on this. Last episode, Lyndon asked her, do you like me? And she kind of wasn't as direct. She said it in the end, but she first started off by saying, yeah, I like you too. Oh, but you mean like in a romantic sense? Oh, no, I don't like you. So it wasn't as direct. But with Andre, it was far more direct in the way she handled the confrontation. So I don't know if she was thinking maybe the last time I didn't handle it correctly, or whether she was thinking maybe she doesn't like him. She really does not. Maybe she really does not like him at all. And she's saying about connection, but there isn't really a connection there. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you might have seen it, or where you might have had a different thought.
Or maybe Mark Anthony finally gave her some time.
Oh, how do you mean?
I mean, we haven't seen Mark Anthony talking to her, so maybe in the background they finally get to to talk. And she was like, oh, my chance is coming. And she knew it was coming. So she was like, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Okay.
Because there's a lot going on in the background, and I'm at a point where I cannot ignore that we have to always think about what's going on in the background, because when you think about what production is doing, they always bring up those things that we had no clue about. So now I'm going to say, maybe in the background, she's been talking to Marc Anthony a little more, and she sees an opening. Maybe she knew she had a date with him planned.
Okay.
Finally.
I feel like maybe she wants someone who's gonna fight for her more, because I feel like people probably tested positive for C19 before and they didn't completely leave the show. So I feel like maybe to her, she was thinking, oh, you know, you tested positive and you just left. It's like you just gave up. So that could be her stance. But I didn't like how cold she was when she was like out of sight, out of mind. The man was sick. Like, that was kind of like, whoa. He could have been, you know, C19 affects people in different ways. So that kind of made me look at her different. But I think she just thinks, since you gave up, I'm going to give up too.
I was going to say, like, I definitely think that her and Marc Anthony have been having more conversations, because the lip locking they were doing and the amount of times they were doing it, that wasn't their first date. I don't think either of them have kissed anybody else that they've been on dates with. So,
well, Marc just kissed her.
Jefferi.
Marc just kissed
well, yeah, but that wasn't their first date either. That wasn't Jefferi and Marc Anthony's first date. They went on the fake rodeo horse thing, right? And they didn't kiss then. So yeah, like, I think Marc Anthony is her main connection, and when it comes to Andre, he was probably just not in the pecking order at the time, right? So and like I said, he has other connections too, so I really don't get, I mean, I can understand it to a little bit, but I just think he went overboard. I thought he was doing too much. Why are you like trying to chastise her and things like that? She already told you, like, you weren't there, so she carried on with her process. There's nothing wrong with that. No one knew he was coming back. It was a surprise. It's a curveball from Tommy. No one had the knowledge that he was coming back.
That's fair. Lorraine, go for it. We're talking. Sorry, I haven't even told you. Welcome, Lorraine. We're talking about Andre and how he handled Mercedes. Wanted to get your kind of viewpoints on how he handled it. Did you think he handled it well? Do you think he was being petty? Do you think, he didn't need to say anything? Like, what was your kind of viewpoint on the Andre and Mercedes conversation?
Hi, everyone. Hi, good evening. I wasn't even sure that Mercedes was like one of his top connections. I was kind of confused. But I'm in two minds. One mind is just like, it's just not necessary. She didn't check on you. She's obviously not into you. Why do you have to sit her down and have this conversation? Like, no communication is the best kind of communication. Like, when somebody doesn't say anything, they're still communicating to you. So that, yeah, I thought it was unnecessary. But on the other hand, aside from him not being in the process, like, he did have COVID. So not even about her being his connection or anything, just on a human to human level. It was a bit weird that she didn't even check, like, are you okay? Just checking on you, are you all right? So her response of like, out of sight, out of mind, I mean, honest, but kind of savage. I'm not sure if he was just asking, for the basis of like, did you actually care about me as a person? For you not to even check, like, am I okay? Like, for me to bow out of the process, maybe, there was something there, like, maybe he was like really, really unwell. Was he in hospital? What was going on for him to actually say, like, I don't want to be part of the process? So I think, yeah, I'm in two minds to say, like, on the part of like her not being interested, like, I just thought, why, so she's communicated. But on the part of like, actually, this man was unwell, like, you could have just sent him a 2-2 text to be like, just checking you're all right, and that's it. Like, you don't have to continue like getting to know him and everything. So yeah, I think he handled it how he handled it. I mean, Andre seems quite like an emotional being. I wonder what his star sign is. But anyway, so yeah, he just handled it how he handled it.
No, I definitely hear that as well. Definitely hear that. Any other thoughts before we shift it on this? Because you know, I like Andre. I mean, I like Andre how he handled it. I think it was a very nice handle. Very nice handle. In fact, I'm going to put a little poll in the chat. Ask the audience: do they think that Andre handled the Mercedes situation well? Yes or no? We'll just put that there. I'll put another option. Wouldn't have said anything. I'm sure most people will be like, wouldn't have said nothing. I can't let my pride get it. And I'll put it in the chat. All right, cool. So we're going to move it on, but I'm going to just read the super chat as well from our good sis as well. Let me put this down. Sorry, let me get a super chat here by our good sis Sandria. Let me get it up. And then we're going to shift the conversation to my favorite conversation, which is going to be Tony and Morgan, because I think we need to address some issues that happen. But it's really super chat here by Sandria. Oh, I kicked off it there. My bad. Says Andre held on to those hurt feelings for weeks, then blasted her publicly to shame her. Childish. Okay. Okay. I hear that, sis. I hear that. All right, let's shift it then to Tony and to Morgan. We'll probably do a part 2 as well with Tony and Morgan, because they were twice in the show. They actually talked the first time and then they spoke the second time after. So we're gonna talk about them. Let's go here. Oh, right, fantastic. Let's go.
We do have a connection.
A strong connection.
Don't make me feel like that's tainted, because you be too friendly. I don't like that. Cut out friendliness.
What do you want me to say?
Just be normal.
So Tony and Morgan, she said he's too friendly. And that's why she don't like it. She's too friendly. Oh, what does that mean for you guys when she says he's too friendly? What does that signal? What does that mean? What does that induce in your mind? JR, kick us off, man. What is it? Too friendly?
Is he more friendly than she is? I don't know. Like, he's on the process, the same process as she is. I don't think he's connected with Janique as much as he has with her, with Morgan. And I mean, his other connection, Marcia, don't think he's conflicted to a degree because he likes both women, but he seems to be feeling Morgan more than he feels Marcia. So the problem I had with this particular interaction is Morgan seems to enjoy the fact that Lyndon is her other connection, but she wants Tony to pursue her. She also mentioned to Anthony that queens need to be pursued. Queens should be pursued. But I think Tony is trying to pursue her, but like I've been saying, he has an issue with how she is viewing Lyndon. She's not telling Tony, look, I find you the most attractive man that I have a connection with. And I don't think he likes that because, again, he referenced Lyndon in his confessional, right? So I think they could actually work if, well, I thought so before this particular interaction. I thought they could actually work. But now I'm seeing signs of Morgan being a bit hypocritical, very insecure. And why should he nip all of his other connections in the bud and pursue her when she is not indicating that she's going to do the same? So that's what I took up from this particular part, because some of the stuff she is coming out with, he should be running the opposite direction. He should be running towards her. But again, that level of possessiveness or controlling that she's trying to exert on him he may actually see that as her way of endearing herself to him. But like I said, if she's not cutting off Lyndon and basically saying, okay, I'm riding for you, Tony, then I don't think she should be expecting that from him at this stage.
I hit 100. Lorraine, talk to me. Too friendly. What does that mean? What did you hear when you saw that? What's your thoughts on that?
Too friendly to me just means that somebody who is quite social, somebody who just talks to everybody, especially to the females. You get in the club or you get to a social event and they know everybody and everyone's coming up to them. They're going up to everybody. So I kind of get it on that part, because I just have a thing about men who are just social, like, you know, have a bit of, you know, just like calm, just chilled, you know what I mean? Just a bit of mystery about you. Not that he tries to come across as mysterious, but he's not. Like, let me work you out. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's just too, like, there's nothing wrong with being like at the party, like extroverted and all that kind of stuff. But I get what she's trying to say. However, the way that she just said it, I just like, child, it was like a power struggle between these two. It's just like who has the power, who's in charge. You know, I'm not letting go of Marcy, and I'm not letting go of Lyndon, and it's never going to work, because they're both. I don't even want to use the buzzwords. They're both doing up alpha. Like, you know, who here has got the biggest kahunas, you know? And, you know, Morgan, okay, I just want to say a disclaimer just for the whole entire live, okay? This is just my opinion. This is not professional opinion, just my humble opinion, okay? Morgan is giving pretty privilege, okay? I love Morgan. She's stunning. She's gorgeous. But she's literally giving entitled, okay? I am stunning. I am that girl. What are you doing talking to these other people? Like, she's not used to it. She's like, I'm sure outside of this show, like, she's just not used to, you know, having to not be certain that a man just wants her and her alone. And probably why I don't want to assume, but she did say that she's never been in love, because she holds the cards. She's always in control. She always needs to be in control. And it will be very interesting to find out why. Why does she always have to be in control? Why can't she just let go? And I think that will be her downfall, just not letting go, and just like not going with the flow. She just always has to be like, well, you need to do this, and if you do this, and then this will happen, yeah, so it's very interesting. She comes across like she's got like an anxious avoidant attachment style. Like she wants to come across like being in control, like I'm not emotional, but your manipulative tendencies or of like do this, do that, it is coming across like the anxious side of it, where you just want to make sure that, you know, I'm validated, I'm loved. So it's a bit of like a catch-22, like that anxious avoidant, where she's kind of like, I'm not sure, I'm cold, but I'm not cold, you know? So there's a lot to unpack with Morgan. She's stunning, pretty privileged, anxious, avoidant, control issues. Be interesting to find out her childhood, what her relationship with her dad is. I really want to say that this is just observation. I'm a psychology buff, so please do not, you know, throw me on the cross. Just my humble opinion. These two won't work. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I heard that 100. Before we go any further, I just want to read out the poll that we had on the poll that we had on the situation. Let me just put this down so I can see it. Do you think Andre handled the Mercedes situation well? The majority of people, after 151 votes, said no, and they said they wouldn't have said anything. So 38% said no, 39% said they wouldn't have said anything, 22% of them said yes. So that's the end of the poll. If you didn't vote, you didn't vote. Get the next one in. All right, cool. Whilst that, I'll do another poll. But JR, Jay's already gone and Lauren's already gone. Shan, if you go next for me, what's your thoughts around Tony and Morgan too friendly?
I agree with what Lorraine said about the definition of being too friendly. But I don't think he's too friendly. I think she's too insecure, too thirsty, too possessive, too controlling. Like, I hate to say that about her, but we're all watching the same show. It's like she's almost like begging Tony to, you know, pick me. It has to be me. It's a dating show. He can be friendly. They're not in a committed relationship. Go on, be friendly. And if it's meant to be, you'll come back, you know. I think she's too overbearing, and I feel like he enjoys it, but he won't enjoy it long term. So I know this relationship won't last long. I just wish she would just rest in her femininity, let him, you know, take the lead a little bit, and, you know, let go of some of her control, because it's not looking good for her. At this point, it is looking very insecure. And I know she's going to say it's editing, blah, 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 blah. There's only so much they can edit. It's just force. And I agree with what Lorraine was saying. I spontaneously came up here, so I'm just like thinking off stuff as I go, but I'll prepare next time.
No worries, Shan. Appreciate you. Sam, what's your thoughts on this predicament at the moment?
So, so when you're talking about what's too friendly, right? I think that in the context of Miss Morgan, what she's telling him is stop flirting with other people. That's what she's telling him in the context of their discussion. For me, too friendly is a man that, as Lauren mentioned, is very social, likes to talk, but sometimes people that are too friendly sometimes are also too flirty. Would I have a problem with Tony in the context that they have to be too flirty? No, because he's single. But if he were my man, I would have a problem with that. I don't like that. I like a man that's calm, cool, and collected. You don't need to talk to everybody. But I like Morgan, I'm not going to lie. And yes, I see a little bit of insecurity in her. And I feel like sometimes she goes in too strong, but it's working. Tony likes her a lot. And I see a little bit of manipulation. I think that for her at this point in the context of the show, she just want to win Tony. She just want to win him. He's attracted. I think they will end up together. Is it going to last? I don't know. But is what she is doing for the context of the show, is it working? 100%. He's only talking about her. He don't have time for none of those girls. It's whatever she's doing is working. My final opinion is do it at your own risk. Because you can do stuff like that and it works, and you can do stuff like that and it doesn't work. A part of me feels like she has studied Tony a little bit more maybe than the other ladies have. Marcia seems very disinterested at this point, but once again, we don't know because there's a lot going on in the background. But yeah, that's what I think. I feel like Tony, it's okay for Tony to be social and to be too friendly. He's a single man, right? But if you're my man, as I said, I like my man to be calm, cool, and collected. You don't got to talk to everybody. Because most of the time, when women says those things, they really mean you're flirting too much. You're showing your teeth too much. Be cool. That's it for me.
Can I say one more thing?
Go for it.
I feel really bad for Lyndon in this little triangle. I hope he doesn't develop like feelings for her, because I feel like he's just a pawn she's using. Like, let me pop his name in this conversation so Tony can see I have other options. Bless his heart. I really hope he's not really liking this lady, because the only one it's gonna not work out for is for him. Because Tony and Morgan, they're both toxic and they can do their thing all, you know, whatever. But I feel bad for Lyndon. I hope he doesn't really grow to like her, because he's going to be a casualty of their war.
That's true. Go for it, Joe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, out of both of them, the most flirtatious comments have actually come from Morgan when she was with Lyndon, and she was talking about his lunchbox, his shorts that he was wearing, all types of stuff like that. We haven't seen Tony go that deep with any of the ladies. So I think, you know, like I said, she thinks it's okay for her to do it, but she has a problem with him socializing. He's there to find connections. She wants him to cut all the other ones off and just focus solely on her, which is very selfish when she's not prepared to do the same. Right?
It's working though.
Well,
for now,
I don't know, because I was looking at his face and his manner while she was talking to him. And to be honest, it was nervous laugh more than I'm happy to be here and I choose you. Right? He was literally going along with what she was saying because he was under duress. Right? Now he didn't have to. He didn't have to, but he did. And I think he's trying to appease her somewhat because he does like her. But was he prepared for how full on she was going to come at him? I don't think so. Now, I think that the purpose of these dates is to try and get to know someone and have an enjoyable experience. If you're coming out there to try and make someone uncomfortable and put pressure on them and tell them what they should do with their dating process, then I don't think you're actually ready for what you claim to be. Because part of the process is, while you're examining your connection with Morgan, Tony is free to examine connections with the other ladies. What is he supposed to do? Stand there and wait for you at the door when you finish with Lyndon and then whisk you off somewhere and try and date you? It's not realistic. All right. So that level of insecurity is off-putting. And when you combine that with the attitude that she starts to display, I don't see any relationship working for them, because that's just, you know, that's just how she's presenting herself at this time. And it's taken a few weeks for us to get to see it, but now she's showing it. This is who she is. And if I was Tony, like I said, I would seriously be looking at Marcia, because she provides a different type of experience. She's not sweating him like that. And potentially, you know, they can have a cordial, fun date. Is the attraction level the same? Probably not. He probably is attracted to Morgan more, but personality-wise, that has to factor in as well.
It's madness on the ends. I remember I did the video last week and I said that Morgan is comfortable and Marcia is safety. Never have I been so close to the truth. I mean, listen, he's going to be comfortable with the energy Morgan brings, because it's fun, it's exciting, it's got that toxicity, it's the spice, it's, you know, it's seasoning. You know what I mean? It tastes good. But the reality is, are you safe? No, you won't be safe, because you only have to make one step outside of what she wants before it all pops off. Like, that's what she's actually telling him right now. She's telling him, listen, you're shining a little bit too much teeth, as the lady is saying. You're talking to one too many girls, okay? And, you know, your conversation is a little bit too sweet for me. I'm going to need you to dial it all the way back. And then and then she went further, and I'm going to play a clip so we can discuss it a bit more as well. The whole joke about, you know, I don't want to beat you up kind of thing is again, it's a joke, but it's very serious. It's showing a level of possessiveness before you've even captured that person beforehand. Being territorial is not an issue, because that person is your person. Being territorial, you know, you're territorial person, that's your person. It's possessive and jealousy when you don't have that person in your pocket. They're not yours, they're not your man, and you're trying to lock them down so no one else can get close to them. And this is not the first time. On the boat, we saw a similar thing. When you're talking to him, you're saying, what are you saying to those girls? And it's like, bro, and in this episode, she said to him, I don't care what you talk about with other girls. So which one is it? You don't care about what you're talking about with other girls, or you do care what you're talking to other girls? Because at dinner, that's later on. We'll go to that clip in a minute later on in the show. But you know, just kind of bring that into perspective. Okay, let me play the clip, and then you guys can discuss it a little bit more as well. All right. Here we go.
I am normal. That's the problem. That's your normal. And that's what kind of scares me too, Tony. It's because you're so like flirtatious. Naturally, you're a flirtatious man. And that's going to make me hurt you.
Listen.
Yeah, that goes wild. Okay, let me read the poll, and then I'll get your discussion points on this. That's gonna make me hurt you. I wanna know what you guys think she meant by that's gonna make me hurt you. So get your thinking caps on. What do you think she meant? What did Morgan mean? What did Morgan mean when she said you gonna make me hurt you? Okay. And then she smiled at the end as well and laughed like he was a joker. All right, let me read the poll from everybody so far. We had 123 votes, 125 now. I asked a question. Do you feel Tony is too friendly? That's why I asked. Do you think Tony is too friendly? Okay, the votes are going up real fast as well. You guys are voting late. And you guys said there was only yes, no, or I don't know what friendly is. But the overwhelming response was no, you don't think Tony is too friendly. 58% of you said that. 31% said yes, they do feel he's too friendly, and the 11% said I don't know what friendly means. So again, once more, good poll as well. We're gonna get the next part of the conversation flowing, and we're still talking about Morgan and Tony. And in that clip, she said, Morgan said, you're gonna make me hurt you. And I didn't add the mean in there, but I want to know what you guys thought. What did you guys think she meant by you gonna make me hurt you? Lorraine, kick us off. What do you think she meant by you gonna make me hurt you?
Maybe both first, man.
Oh, sorry about that. Hold on. Let me edit your mic. Hold on. There you go. Go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Listen, Morgan's a baddie. I just said she's got pretty privilege. So what that means is I am going to... Two can play that game, basically. That's basically that's what she's doing with Lyndon, bless his heart. She's using him to get to Tony because she can. Because she knows that she's got the power in that dynamic with Lyndon, okay? So she's basically saying, if you don't do what I want you to do, right, then I am going to beat you at your own game. Because she probably has done that before. Or she probably means that I'm going to eat you up with my words, like she ate up Mr. Blake. One of the two, because that sinister laugh that she gave, it was kind of like Kiki LOL, but like, I'm not joking. Don't play with me. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. But because she's a baddie, Tony likes her because she's a beautiful woman. That's why he's just so captivated by her, and right now it's going to work because he also likes to win. He's a very competitive man. So and she is the prize. Do you know what I mean? Like a trophy. Like not in like a, oh my god, she's the best, like this is the woman I want to be with. I feel like he sees her as a trophy, as someone to acquire. So I feel like right now he's just putting up with it because JR, you're right. When she was talking, he wasn't like looking at her like, yeah, this is great. He was kind of like thinking, what? Like, I don't understand. But he will still tolerate it because she's beautiful. But yeah, she basically means that two can play that game, which is why I said that she's got the anxious attachment style, because people who have that really, are really good at manipulating. They're really good at, especially like being emotionally, to get people to do what they want. So that's what comes with it. If she had a secure attachment style, she wouldn't need to do this. Like, I'm secure in myself. I know what I bring to the table, so to speak. So you go off and do what you need to do. Like, I'm good over here. You either want me or you don't. If you don't, that's fine. Like, but the anxious side of her wants to play a game because she wants to draw him in, because she needs that validation. She needs his validation, but she doesn't know that. She doesn't feel like she does because she's so confident, or she feels she's so confident. So, yeah.
Appreciate that, Lorraine. Thank you very much. Sophie, welcome to the panel. Good to have you aboard. We talking, obviously, Morgan. She said don't make me hurt you. Want to get your viewpoint. What do you think Morgan meant by this subtle but not subtle threat? If it is even a threat.
Hello, everyone. I did pick up on that right away. Um, she also, I think she so-called threatened, I think Lyndon or somebody else. She mentioned something early on. I noted at least 3 times. It's playful, but not really, right? Don't make me hurt you or smack you in the face. I'll smack you. Like she did say some words that after a while it's like, okay, this is not you might mean this. This is something that you might be capable of doing. Again, if the tables are turned, if a man said that to a woman, it's absolutely big time no. And I think the same should be on the woman's side with the playfulness, but yet, hey, if you hurt me, I'm gonna hurt you and I might hurt you physically. That's the kind of, we can't say just yet, but yeah, very the possessiveness, the jealousy, the back and forth. She handles herself like a very, very much grown woman, but the games and this controlling aspect is like, let the man be. If he chooses you, let him choose you. Don't tell him that he should do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Uh, if he's for you, you don't have to ask any of those things. Once you're in a relationship, there are things that you guys are going to, discuss and compromise and work together. But initially saying, hey, you play too much, you flirt too much, you got to stop this, you got to stop that. And I think she was telling Anthony the same thing, kind of giving him that guide of how to be. So you're playing that role of control, or at least, that's what it comes off as. And she is very confident, but I think, as Lorraine said, is it really confidence when you think about it? Because if you're constantly having to need to be reassured and picked, it's hard for you to stand alone in what he's doing. I think she's very attracted to Tony. She's not interested in Anthony as much, and definitely not Lyndon. But she likes the fact that Lyndon will do anything and everything that she said that she wants. That he is a yes, ma'am. Yes, I will learn from you. I will follow you. I will kiss the floor that you step on. That's her. He can be her little playboy. And he would love to do that. I think he's like, hey, let me be that person for you. But that's easy for her. That's very easy for her. But Tony is very, so he's the catch. He's the bad boy. He's the bad boy, and he is loving the fact that he has 2 options. Did you guys catch that? He was like, I love Marcia. Marcia's right underneath Morgan. And he's like, man, I'm loving this. I think at one point he said he's loving this. And I'm like, okay, he's liking the options. He likes to be in that role to have multiple women, is what I thought. He likes this. Okay, so who's it gonna be? Again, that could be sorry, my cat. That could be the role his past. That could be his past catching up to him, or him not letting go of his old player ways, right? She said something about don't kiss or don't use those lips because those are my lips. She's already claiming territory on his lips. Did you catch that, Kojo? I was like, okay. And it makes me think maybe a lot more has happened because you're already claiming territory to this man's lips. And I don't know, and, they both like each other in terms of, how well they kiss each other. So, yeah, I don't like those words. Yeah, I'll smack you, or, you'll get this and that. I think it goes both ways. If a man said it to a woman, it's absolutely a big no-no. And it should go the same way if a woman keeps saying these playful things of, hey, you're going to get hurt. And people do that. So I would say, yeah, I'm not sure right now what to think of those 2.
Good bars, Sophie. Thank you. Good breakdown. Yes, Sam, go for it.
There's several ways that you can interpret what my friend Morgan said to Tony. I agreed with Sophie. I mean, it is what it is. She's letting him know. The thing is that for me, right, he's eating it all up. He loves it. He loves that. He's a player. He loves that. She knows the type of man he is. And I'm entertained. He's eating everything up she's saying. He loves being in the middle. I've said it before. I don't even trust Tony like that anyway. So are they going to work? As I said, I don't know, but it's not necessarily because I think that Morgan is crazy and Tony is also good. They're both weird to me anyway. I'm not weird, but like there's some level of toxicity in both of them, right? But I'm very entertained with them and what they're doing because he's eating up everything that she's saying. And we can, to make it short, it can mean a lot of things, but I don't think it was positive. What if he go talk to other girl, it's not going to be good. And it can mean anything. I'm done. I don't want to say things that everybody else already said. So I'm done.
No, that's all right. I hear that. Sean, I know you're on the road, bro. We're talking about obviously Morgan and her comment. You know, what do you think Morgan meant by you gonna make me hurt you?
She meant what she meant, and I think Morgan is the A word that folks get a little concerned about when we start using it. You know, I think she's got a little aggressiveness to her. You know, so I hate to say it, but we saw several interactions with her, on the last episode where she was just, her gun was locked and loaded and she was just firing shots rapid fire. And I give pause and have concern. And it seems to be, it's like the archetype of the possessive woman on Ready to Love. In every season, there's one that's just so hyper possessive of the guy, right? And I think unfortunately this season it's Morgan. And similar to what Sammy was saying, I don't think that Tony is perfect, and I don't think he's right and she's wrong. I just think the way she interacts when she likes a man speaks a lot to why she's probably had some challenges in the relationship. Because unfortunately, Sam, I got to disagree with you. I don't think any man likes to hear I'm going to slap you, Now, might we tolerate it? Might we just, laugh it off? Sure. But nobody likes that. And I definitely know that Tony is growing tired of this game that Morgan is playing between him and Lyndon. And this is how, unfortunately, you can cause some violence to happen because, the testosterone kicks in and, people want to tussle unnecessarily. And again, that's not necessarily Morgan's fault, but you play those stupid games, you're going to get a not so nice outcome, right? So that's my thoughts about her and their interaction. I do think he likes her. I think maybe he likes a little of the push and pull, but not the smacking stuff, the smacking threats, as well as, her constantly telling him, oh, you're flirting with other ladies, and oh, those lips belong to me, and you can't do this and you can't do that. Typically, that kind of talk, we don't like that. And for a player guy like Tony, he's just going to use that against her and probably do more of the stuff that she doesn't like just to get under her skin. That's what I think.
Okay, no, I'm hearing that. Everyone's spoken on this part, and then, but if you've got any thoughts, I'm gonna let you add it in a second or two. Just quickly reading the poll. I asked you guys, what do you guys think about Morgan? What do you think Morgan meant by "Don't make me hurt you"? And the overwhelming was 31% of you said she's going two-piece combo him up. So out of all the options, it was two-piece combo. She going to play the game with Lyndon was 24%. She going to get verbal on him was 19%. She going to plot his downfall was 26%. So you guys definitely believe that she going to hurt the boy. So I definitely hear that as well. Before we get JR to go on, guys, do me a massive favor. Press the like button. There's 530 of you guys in here and it's rising as we speak. put the like button on. Okay, just click on that like button. Okay, it helps me, it helps you, and then obviously if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you better subscribe, baby, because you know we do great work on the channel. All right, we do great conversations like this. Okay, JR, go for it.
Yeah, I think she definitely meant what she said. Like, she's not afraid to get physical if it gets to it. I know we're on the dating show that we're watching and stuff, right? But at the end of the day, someone making those type of threats, if she does get angry or aggressive in a one-to-one situation and she does lash out, then he can't say he wasn't warned. All right. So I don't think it's a good combination to have the insecurity, the level of aggression, the threats, the controlling behavior. I don't think that's a good mix. All right. And as we're probably going to discuss later, when she gets in her feelings, she makes no bones about getting her feelings out there, right? So Tony, to me, looked more like he was under pressure. I don't think any man, just like Sean says, enjoys a lady threatening to do any type of physical anything, even in a joke, because it's giving misery vibes. It's giving, I'm going to tear your stuff up or burn your stuff up if I get into an argument with you. I'm going to hurt you because you hurt me. So I'm going to express it in a way beyond talking about it. So that to me is a problem. All right. I don't think that this is a good combination at this point in time. I don't know how she comes back from this. And I know there are some people in the comments that might identify with her a little bit. But listen, lack of self-control when you're emotionally attached to someone can lead to bad things happening. And if it was a guy, we would be saying the same thing that I'm saying right now. All right. So I'm saying it's equal on both sides. Do not even joke about being violent. I mean, it wasn't even like I'm gonna pinch you or, you know, they have that type of playful banter. No, this was stop talking to them other girls. You're doing too much. Don't make me hurt you. Yeah, like that is not a joke. That's something that's said in a way to kind of put the warning out there that this is what could happen. I'm not afraid to pop off on you.
I didn't get a chance to speak on it. When she said, "Don't make me hurt you," with that vindictive laugh, it made me believe she was vindictive. It's giving Snapped. It's giving Fatal Attraction. I know you're in the UK, but those are some crazy shows, you know, when the woman snap. I actually felt scared for Tony. I feel like she meant it, you know. To me, like JR said, he looked very uncomfortable. He likes it initially because some of us like a little bit of toxicity, you know, when we're like push and pull, all that is cute. But after like 6 months, it gets tired. And no man want to feel like, you know, like he's the woman in the relationship and you're overshadowing him. They don't want to feel controlled or uncomfortable, you know. And Tony gives me like he's kind of masculine. So I feel like that would not be a good situation for him. I don't think he's liking it. He's probably like, let me go on it, go along with it because she's attractive, you know. So people are saying it's cute, but she's going to suffocate him. Like, not literally. Maybe literally. I don't know. Allegedly. But after a while, it becomes overbearing. And I'm actually surprised she's in her late 30s. I don't know, because I used to do little games like this when I was in college. But she kind of acts, you know, a little childish, to be honest. And he does too. So I think they're both, you know, like the toxicity of it all, but it won't last and it can be very dangerous. I think she needs to just calm down. If he's meant for you, it will happen. Breathe. Get off him a little bit. Make him miss you a little bit, you know? And she's so pretty, but it's like her prettiness it's turning, you know?
Listen, I ain't even mad at that. I definitely hear that. I think also as well, you know, with the situation, you know, we're going to talk about it as well because I'm going to play that last bit of the clip. Is I do think Tony does kind of like this energy. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, no man that's healed should like this energy. That's what I'm gonna say, right? That's a premise. Anybody who's healed, this no longer is of interest. This is the stuff that me and Sean talk about on a regular basis. We joke about, we do find a woman attractive. Listen, I think Morgan is stunning. She's sexy, she's attractive, and that little bit of toxicity is definitely intriguing. But would I want to date it? No. Because I understand that in a relationship, that ain't cute no more. Now, from the outside looking in, do you know what? A little bit of toxicity. Well, baby, go do what you gotta do. Okay. You want to slap somebody's lips, slap somebody's lips. But it ain't gonna do me. But attraction versus actually wanting to be in a relationship is completely two different things. And so I think her saying those things again is just kind of showing us a little bit of the fear that Morgan has. And like I was saying, that what Sean said, the big A is aggressive. I'm saying the big A is an ABUSER. Okay, that's giving abuser vibes. You know what I mean? Like, I would of course we're not concerned that she's gonna beat him up. Right, we're not concerned that she's gonna able to win a fight with her and Tony, but this is the kind of toxic behavior that leads to Kristen Rock and Blueface. This is the kind of stuff that leads to it, because it's this kind of fear of being left and abandoned, this fear of not letting someone be free, this wanting to control the person that leads to that type of relationship. And I'm saying that because Tony also too is staying in it, and he's put her as number one. That's making me look at him some way too. I'm like, bro, you just liking this stuff? You liking the fact that she says she might joke around, might, hit your lips or something like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even like in relationships that little, the play fights where someone might even put their hand on your face. I don't like that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if we play fight, let's rough and tuffle. You know what I mean? Let's wrestle. But nobody should be slapping anybody. I don't like that kind of things. I think it gets too dangerous too quick between man and woman, and it can lead to a situation that doesn't need to happen. So yeah, I'm also looking at Tony a little bit as well in that aspect, in terms of why he's also staying around it. I'm questioning him in terms of, are you enjoying this a little bit too much? I know he loves the fact that, and this may speak more to about Tony, and I'm gonna play the clip in a second or two so we can understand it as well. The fact that Tony has her as number one, also as well, the fact that he loves having her and Marcia as well, speaks volumes, I think, for Tony as well, in terms of, you love the attention. Yeah, I think Tony's a cool guy, you know what I mean? But you love the attention, sir. And I think that is very evident in the way that you're playing the game with Morgan. I think I focus so much on Morgan, I forget that when someone's playing a game and he's also playing his own game, he's also emotionally avoidant as well, because he's refusing to be vulnerable and open about how he truly is trying to love. And he's using I've got Marcia. Let me be honest with you. Marcia is not on his radar. Now, I can't be honest with you. He ain't on his radar. Okay. Marcia is not really on his radar. Okay. I'll be honest with you. I personally don't think Marcia is on his radar. I think he likes Marcia being there, and that's about as much as it goes. He wants Morgan, but if Morgan could just clean up that act of that possessiveness, she'd be perfect. But
he's frozen right now.
she's got that toxicity, so he stays with it. You know what I mean? But I think sorry about that. My internet decided to play up. Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, let me play the clip. I've said what I need to say anyway. So let me play the clip for you guys. Let's play the clip for you guys so you can discuss it as well. All right. Yeah, here we go.
Next to you and I have stop playing.
You lick your lips too?
Only
Let
with
me
you.
find out.
Only with you.
Rip them off.
Why?
Because those are mine.
Come here. Come here. Look at this.
All right, Mr. LLQJ. All right. I want to ask this question. Is there a level that was so LLQJ? He said, come here. Hey, shout out to Tony, because that was within his own remit. That was kind of smooth, but it was a little bit like woof. But no, does Tony have to take a little bit of accountability then in this scenario? Because now, even though he's seeing these signs that are coming his way, instead of him even walking off, he's now lipsing it. Like he like come here, you know what I mean? Like he's encouraging his behavior. It looks like. So I want to get you guys thoughts. Does Tony have to be accountable for the situation being in the way that it is right now? But does it take some accountability? That's what I'm asking, you know. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I just kept on hearing El Kuja in my head. Yes. So what do you think? Does Tony have to be accountable in the situation?
Yes. I mean, you see how she is and you're still going for it. Physical attraction is great, but when you lead with that, all this other toxic behavior gets pushed to the side and it will eventually surface back up. So you know, after experiencing bad relationships, people should know, like, hey, as much as this girl's a baddie and he's so nice, his body's great, let's not keep leading with physical attraction. Because when you do, you ignore all the other signs, right? But they'll eventually catch up with you. Not only just catch up with you, but they could be very dangerous to your family, to your career, to your future. You know, something that could start off easy will take years to end sometimes. So I just think that, you know, he's kind of flaming the fire a bit, right? He likes the fact that she's really into him. She's very, very sexy, and so is he. So that chemistry is real easy, but chemistry comes here and there. I mean, what's gonna, you know, are you there to love, or are you there to, you know, snuggle by the fireplace and do A, B, C, and D? So I mean, it depends on what they want. It depends on what they want, but he does need to know that I think he likes being chased. So I don't know if that's very masculine. Like, he does like to be chased and to be, to have that competition, that triangulation that some men create so that they can still play with both women while time passes. The women are concentrating on each other and not really what he's doing. So there's a lot. There's a lot of layers in this. It might seem fun at first, but I just feel like this is not heading towards the right direction. We've seen from past seasons, all this hot attraction leads to people hating each other on social media and all types of mess coming out. So you learn from your mistakes, hopefully, and you learn from others' mistakes. So I wish them the best, and I hope they make better decisions moving forward.
All right, cool. Sam, what are you saying?
I mean, after all the talking we did, talking about Tony looked uncomfortable, and we see him asking for a kiss, that for me is just, I'm sorry, GR, but he likes that. He likes that. And I feel like Morgan is manipulative. She's playing a game that she knows she's winning because she's giving him exactly what he likes. And I mean, it speaks for itself. Everything I'm saying, it speaks for itself. It's not that I personally like Morgan's behavior, but what I'm trying to say is that it works for this specific man, this specific toxic man. It's been working. It's going to keep on working. Are they going to be together long term? Is it going to be serious relationship? I don't know. Because here is the thing. I feel like Morgan is also in competition mood. You know, I feel like maybe when they're in the relationship, she's like, oh man, maybe she's totally different when she's in a relationship. But because it's a competition and they're on TV, there's a lot of things that are playing up. In my opinion, Jerry doesn't agree, but I feel that that's what I'm saying. I don't know if they're going to work. But one thing y'all cannot tell me is that you can tell me no man likes when a woman treating him, and then we have Tony asking for a kiss and licking his lips. This is a toxic bunch. So, and they're liking it. I'm done.
Yeah, I think Tony wanted the kiss, and it, in a way, it rewards her for that behavior. I agree with that. But I think his motive for wanting to kiss her is purely because of the Lyndon factor. That's it. He knows that Lyndon ain't had no kisses. And that's why we're going to see at some point this blow up where he says, I've kissed Morgan tons of times and you haven't. You know, that's coming. We've seen the preview for that.
Because he's jealous.
Yeah, because she ranked Lyndon sexier than him. I've already said multiple times, Tony is insecure because he thinks that there should be no competition if the choices are either Lyndon or him. He considers himself up here. Lyndon is somewhere floundering down here somewhere. That's how he sees it. So he is kind of outraged that Morgan, the girl who he is really feeling, is ranking somebody up there above him. So the kiss is a power play to show Lyndon, look, I got this woman whenever I want her. She just said what she said just to keep you on the show. But realistically, me and her are vibing. But like I said, I don't agree with her toxicity. I don't agree with the I'm going to beat you up or whatever she said, I'm going to smack you. I don't agree with none of that. And he rewarded that behavior with that kiss. And, you know, it's also a way to end their particular interaction on a good note rather than leave it on these threats that are making him feel nervous. Do I think he wants to cut her off? I haven't seen signs of that at all. So I do think he likes her. I think he's attracted to her. I've never disputed that. But do I think it's a good person to have a relationship with from what I've seen? Nah, I think it's going to be arguments that could be emotionally charged and lead to escalations. And that's what we don't want to see.
Okay. Go for it, Sean.
Sure. So I guess what I would piggyback onto that is sometimes we confuse sexual energy with really liking the person or liking the person's behavior. You know, we can all see it. Morgan is a very attractive woman. So sometimes that kiss is like, come over here and give me a kiss, girl. Like, shut up and give me a kiss. And, you know, let's get it popping. It's more on those lines. I don't think it is saying, oh, I love everything that you're doing. And again, I think we've all admitted that Tony is no perfect guy, and he definitely comes with some level of toxicity in his own game playing. So, but I do know that if, depending on the man and depending on the woman, you put a very attractive woman in front of me, and I'm going to speak for myself, you put a woman that looks like Morgan in front of me and she's carrying on like that, I might just play a little bit with her, knowing that she likes me a lot, because it's very evident. And what she does a disservice to herself is really letting Tony know exactly how much she's into him and exactly how much she gets jealous when his attention goes elsewhere. And that's the wrong way to handle that kind of situation, especially in a process like Ready to Love. So I think the kiss is more of like, you know, you're sexy, come over here and give me a kiss. And she acquiesces. So I think it's just more of the little dance that they do together. And lastly, I'll say that, you know, Morgan is the one that I think has never been in love before, never really had a serious relationship. So it's quite evident by the way she's conducting herself. Perhaps her judgment is off, right? Perhaps she's, you know, investing too much time and energy into somebody that's really not going to give it back to her. She can clearly see that he's a very flirtatious person, but she wants to win. She wants to win his attention. She wants to win at the game. She knows she's sexy. She knows he's attractive. They have chemistry, but she's not looking at the signs. And all signs lead to Tony ain't serious about her or anybody else. So I'll end there.
Appreciate that. Siwei, good to have you on board. I know you're out there, baby. It's good to see you.
Hey, I just got in. I'm so happy to be with you guys. I do have no idea what we're talking about, except for Morgan and Tony. I got that much, but whatever we talked about before, I have no idea because I just got in.
No worries. It's Morgan and Tony. So we're saying at this moment, you can give us your overall viewpoint of Tony and Morgan, but we're talking about obviously specifically right now, does Tony have to be accountable for his behavior? Because we just saw him kiss Morgan right after she pretty much threatened him that you mess around with me, I'm gonna take your lips away and I'm gonna hurt you. So does Tony have to take some accountability in this instance with Morgan? And then you can give us your overall view as well from Tony and Morgan as well.
I have no idea if this is a popular opinion or unpopular opinion, but every time Tony and Morgan come on my screen, they literally bring so much joy to my life. I am so tickled by them, like both of them. I think they're both ridiculous. They're both very toxic, both insane. But like, I just want them to be my friend. And if they're watching, like, I love both of them. Like, I find them to be very entertaining and I enjoy them. Does Tony need to be accountable? I just don't think so. I mean, again, this may be unpopular. I don't know what Tony is doing wrong. What is Tony doing except for like going through the process? What is Tony doing wrong? I just really don't know. Do I trust Tony? Not really. I don't trust that man really at all. And I don't think Morgan trusts him, but I enjoy watching them. They just tickle my soul, like just deep down. I think Tony really does like Morgan. Like, I really, really do believe that Tony likes Morgan. And I believe that Morgan really likes Tony. But I don't think they want to be vulnerable enough to trust each other. So they keep playing these games. Like, I can't go through another episode of Morgan saying she don't trust Tony and Tony talking about you just need to trust me. This is literally like the last 5 episodes. That's all they've ever said. Tony's like, please trust me. And Morgan like, I don't trust you. Literally every episode. So they need to like either like try to let go and take a risk, because love is a risk, or not, because she really likes the man. I'm not saying like it's a good risk, but if you like Tony, give it a shot. He may play you, he may not. You know what I mean? Like, you never know. Well, Morgan doesn't want to take that risk to be in love, and that's her problem. And Tony, Tony's clearly, he's not waffling like we've seen in other seasons, where men are legit waffling. He clearly prefers Morgan over Marcia or anybody else. So, they just have to trust each other or leave it alone. But until they decide to do that, I am thoroughly entertained by both of them. And Tony really tickles me. Morgan tickles me. I think they're great, but I'm pretty sure no one has said that. I'm pretty sure that's a weird take that I have, that I enjoy them being on my screen, but I did want to say that. So
no problem at all. We like that. Different points of view are always good. Always welcome, Seaway. Latoya, welcome to the panel. We're talking obviously about Tony and Morgan, and where Tony should be accountable in this situation. So I want to get your thoughts as well. Oh, I need to unmute you. My bad. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Accountable for what exactly? I'm sorry. Tony.
So the situation between him and Morgan obviously has been saying, like, basically pretty much threatening him and stuff. And I'm saying, does Tony need to be accountable in this situation in terms of, if you're in this situation and it continues to fester and it continues to go on the way it's going, are you accountable? Because you haven't shut it down. You're enjoying the profits of this situation. Your lips in the ting. You're putting your hand on her thigh. You know what I'm saying? You're telling her that Linda ain't no competition. Like, does he have to be accountable, or is it just a case of we just keep this on Morgan? Morgan's the only problematic person in this relationship, etc., etc., etc.
I got you. Thank you for breaking that down. I'm sorry, I just came in. I think that he definitely enjoys it. I think he gets a thrill out of it. He likes to see the competition. He said, keep bringing that energy, or he said something to that effect. Like, I think he likes not being pursued, but I think he likes 2 women who I think he likes Marcia quite a bit. He said she's right under Morgan. So I think that he gets a little kick out of it. It kind of feeds his ego. He has that machismo type of swag to him. So I think he likes these two beautiful, dynamic women going after him. I think Morgan is more aggressive, and that's based on her own stuff that she has. She needs a lot more validation than I think Marcia has shown. And so she really plays into his desire to be not chased, but pursued a little bit. And he wants to be clear that these women want him. And I think it gives him a little bit of a boost. So he's partially accountable. I think he feeds into it, yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you for sharing that, Latoya. All right. Who else hasn't spoken on this? Who hasn't spoken? Has anyone spoken on this? Does anyone else have any extra thoughts? Lorraine, go for it. Yes, I didn't go.
I don't think.
Thank you. Hold on. Sorry, Lorraine, go for it. Then you can go after Shannon. Go for it.
Yeah, in terms of accountability, like we all have to be responsible and accountable for our own actions. So he 100% has to be accountable. But will he? No, because I think somebody already mentioned it. You have to be healed or in a healed place for you to not think that this is not toxic behavior. He said that she's aggressive and he likes that. Okay, and she is very intense. I wouldn't say she's aggressive. I think that she's just very intense and very forthright and with her approach. And somebody who likes attention and somebody who enjoys women going after him is not going to take accountability for the fact that he's entertaining that, because he enjoys that and he doesn't see anything wrong with it. Okay, necessarily. He might see something wrong with it, but I don't think he necessarily cares. Because I feel like for him the benefits outweigh the pros. You know, she's, like I said, she's a good looking girl and all that kind of stuff. So he does have to be accountable, but he won't, because he enjoys their situation.
Appreciate Lorraine. Thank you. Go for it, Shan. You want to add?
About that scene in particular with the kiss at the end, I don't think he did that because he liked necessarily what she did. I think he didn't like her behavior, but I think he likes that he has her triggered in that way. You know, he has her worried and sweating, and he finds that attractive more in just the game of it all. I feel like Tony is continuing to deal with Morgan's, behavior, one, because obviously he's really attracted to her. But I think he's probably never had a girl who looks like Morgan be so, obsessed with him. So I feel like that plays into it. He probably gets girls, but he probably doesn't get girls that look like Morgan. So to him, it's just like, whoa. And I think he does like Marcia because he has to have some sort of peace in this game. Because if he's just with Morgan, it's just like he needs a little peace with Marcia. If he knows what good for him, I think he will go with Marcia. But, the toxicity will get old after a while. So he needs to be accountable as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing you. It's madness in the ends right now. Okay. Any other thoughts on this before we shift it on to another couple? I actually missed one couple in between the time that I missed that part. All right, cool. I don't think anyone else wants to add. All right, cool. Read out quickly the poll that we ended on. It was, does Tony need to be accountable in interactions with Morgan? 63% of you people said yes, 16% said no, and the other 21% said, what you mean accountable? So I think that's very clear. People want him to be accountable. All right, cool. The next part I want to talk about actually is Anthony. Now, I actually missed a part of him because he had a conversation much earlier on, and I missed it actually. And hopefully I can find a clip for you guys. So I'm going to put it on the screen. If I can get it. I can get it. Where was it? There we go. Fantastic.
That you're making over
and
the
don't
phone.
spread yourself
Or
thinly.
a woman will feel neglected.
I don't think he gets it.
I don't think he gets it.
What don't I get?
So Anthony, yes, he's being described as being passive, and you know, the both Marcia and Morgan were talking to him in that moment. I want to get your guys' thoughts because this is going to lead on to the conversation between himself and Sue-Ann, and I'll let you guys talk on that one as well. But we'll first do this particular part. Is Anthony being passive here? I mean, how did you guys read this particular scenario? Because both Morgan and Marcia were on him in this situation, and he just seemed a little bit like lost in the situation a little bit. I'll play a little bit more of the clip, and then I'll get you guys' thoughts as well, just in case you might have missed it.
What is it that I'm missing? Like knock you upside the head.
The man
It's not rocket science.
He has no words. Let me tell you what it's giving.
What is it giving?
We're gonna go for the lowest hanging fruit.
God damn. I mean, Marcia literally just wanted to break this poor brother. Said, you look like you're going for the longest hanging fruit. I felt that was slightly a little bit of an insult towards Sue-Ann. I don't think I think that was a shot towards Sue-Ann. That's got nothing else to do with anybody else, because it's only Sue-Ann and Morgan who are his two, you know, that are really two people that he's really on his, well, Mercedes as well. But I felt like maybe that could have been a shot towards Sue-Ann, but that's just my personal thought. So I want to get you guys' thoughts. Anthony, passive or not? What's your guys and what's your ladies' thoughts on this as well? Who hasn't gone first for me? Go for it, Siwe.
Are we sure that Anthony?
Because I know you're gonna say it. Because I know I thought about it. Even me, I thought about it. Go on.
Here's the thing. And whatever. If Anthony was light skinned, he would have got a lot more smoke for his behavior. And I had to check my own bias, because I'm like, if Anthony wasn't dark skinned with a beard, would I have given him this default of masculinity? I don't think so. Because I was watching this episode and I'm like, he has no bass in his voice. He doesn't seem to be drawn towards any of the women on the show. He seems apathetic towards women. He seems disinterested. His conversations are empty. I just started thinking, and I'm like, he just seems like he's just here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I started to really ponder on the fact, and I'm like, Anthony's giving a lot of things and a lot of smoke that I would have had for a lot of people a lot earlier, but he was flying under my radar. So I'm just going to say that. And that's all I'm going to say, because that's my default on this channel. I'm not going to call you 100% out, but I'm going to say what people can infer, what I'm trying to say. But Anthony just doesn't seem interested in any of the women on this show. I can't speak to who he's interested in outside of this show, but he doesn't seem interested at all. And my thing is, if you're not interested in any of the women on this show, then why are you here? And I think Marcia and Morgan were trying to push, like, show interest, like, be forward, be aggressive, be masculine, like, I don't think that's in him. And they're trying to push something out of him that he doesn't have. Yeah, so I'm going to leave that there. That's what I got. And I feel bad that it took me this long to see it, because I didn't see it before. So that's all I got.
That will not be on the poll. But I hear you. I'm not gonna lie to you. It did cross my mind. I'm not gonna lie to you. It did. And I rarely crosses my mind about people. I had two things. I said, either he's clocked out of this situation and he ain't feeling any of the ladies really and truly, or there may be something else going on. Do you know what I mean? I rarely have this thought. I rarely have this thought. I stay away from this, but it did cross my mind slightly, just because of the way he had the date with Sue-Ann as well. It seemed a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah. All right. Let me go in. Black, you're here. It's good to see you, bro. Corey, what's your thoughts on this Anthony? Is he passive or not? Because the girl said he's passive. What you think?
I think that Anthony is a little confused, brother. I think there's some confusion there. The reason why I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it, but with respect, right? Okay, when Sue-Ann came in the door, there was the floor mat. Okay, the wording on the floor mat is something that I would expect to see in a young lady's home.
Very
Me
sassy,
too.
Corey.
I
You
have
know,
a mat
Very
like that. Oh my
sassy.
god.
yeah, you know,
Very sassy, Corey.
I'm just saying, you know. So that, and then when they had the conversation about asking her to dance, there was some extra flavor there. I didn't notice some extra flavor there. That's all I'm gonna say. But it didn't show masculine. So it seems like he may be on the show as a favor to his parents, loved ones, friends, to prove a certain thing that is there, but it's not there. And I'm gonna leave that right there. It just seems a bit off. Like I saw the same thing you saw, Kojo, and everyone else on the panel and those in the comments as well. I saw the same thing. So to me, that makes perfect sense as to why he's not giving more or doing more than he could be doing. But second, I want to talk about the ladies. If he's not giving you more or he's not giving you what you want, move on. You can't coach a man that you're interested in on how to appreciate you, how to show interest in you, how to love you. If he's not doing it, it's just time to move on. You know you're not 100% fully invested in Anthony anyway. Talking about Morgan, you know you want Tony. Tony is giving you that level of toxicity that excites you. She said she was terrified. I see why. She is terrified, but in a good way, in a way that's spicy that she likes. You know, she embraces that. So why even give Anthony a hard time about what he's doing, how he's doing? Do you really care about him enough to coach him for the next woman, or are you just coaching him for you? So to me, I just feel like that was something that could that didn't even need to be said. Marcy didn't have to come in and say anything at all. So I think it was unnecessary.
You very much, Black. Appreciate you. uh, just gonna clear my throat because you know it's gonna get hot in here. Latoya, what's your thoughts? What do you think? Anthony, passive or not? What's going on there? What do you think?
I'm trying to think about someone who I know he likes, which was Cynthia, and trying to see if I can gauge a different type of energy from him. Because it may just be a thing of interest. I haven't seen him sit down with Morgan really. I'm trying to think if you guys remember, but definitely haven't seen him sit down with Marcia. So I don't know if the women on the show expect for every man to like go gung-ho over every woman just to play the numbers game. I don't get the impression that he is a numbers type of dude. Like, I feel like he can probably be more intentional with someone like Cynthia, but I do also have to admit that the Matt, some of his energy has just, and he's also, I'm a nurse, but he's also a nurse practitioner, right? So he has more of a nurturing type of energy. He's a father. I don't know if he's a single father or just a father. So that may contribute to more of his feminine energy that we're seeing. So I don't want to, although it is alarming to see like the Matt and stuff like that, it may just be more like he's just more in tune with his feminine energy, which we all have, masculine and feminine. So, but yeah, is he too passive? I would need Cynthia to say that because I know he likes Cynthia. And I haven't heard her give that same feedback unless I'm mistaken.
I like that. Thank you. All right. Shan, talk to me.
I shared the same sentiment that Seaway did. I was kind of questioning some stuff, but I don't know what I can say and can't say here. But I feel like he's too laid back. And even with the date with Cynthia, I feel like she more like, ooh, look at him coming around the corner. Like she more gave, that like, I'm interested in you vibe more than him. I think he's too laid back. He needs to go because even the date with Suan, it wasn't giving nothing. I don't think he's interested in anyone there. He probably figuring some things out. I don't know, but he needs to do more. But like she said, Latoya said, he's leading more with his feminine energy, and it's kind of like not attractive, Show some interest. But I feel like there's no one there for him because, like I said, even with Cynthia, she was more showing her interest over him. He was really cool, calm, and collected and laid back. He didn't really make it known to her like, yes, I'm feeling you type of thing. So he just probably needs to go.
I'm here. Thank you, Shan. Sean, what's your thoughts on this? I don't know if you're available. Yeah, I know you're driving, so you might not be available. I think he's unavailable. All right, cool. Sam, go for it.
As usual, my opinion's gonna be slightly different. I think that Anthony I agree that he seems to be a little passive, but for me, I'm thinking it maybe is just observative. And maybe some of you acting in a way that doesn't really make him want to go all out. Maybe there's some spice to it. I mean, did y'all see the mat in his house? Obviously, he's, he can have a little spice in him. I'm thinking that he may not be that interested in most of the women. I do agree with Latoya that the only person he seemed a little bit more interested in was Cynthia. I think that is maybe a little bit more calculated, observating, and for the purpose of the show, is looking passive. But in real life, he's looking smart to me. I'm just saying, I'd rather that type of man. But yeah, in the show, he does look a little bit passive, but that's also maybe because there's not that many women he's attracted in. Later down the line, we're going to see Suwan talking too much. He don't like you, girl. So yeah, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate it. JR, talk to me, baby. Hold on, before I get called out here. That baby, no homo.
Oh, sorry. Someone asked what the mat said. Can you tell them what the mat said?
I think the mat said, what's it say? Leave your shoes out. Don't have your shoes on in my house or something like that. Something like
B, don't wear no shoes in my house.
That was it. Thank you. B, don't wear no shoes in my house. The mat. I mean, wouldn't be my mat, but hey, everyone's got different tastes. JR, talk to me.
What man is having that mat?
Yeah,
I don't know. Anthony.
So I think he's similar to Jonique. I don't think his person's on the show. The person that I've seen him connect with the most is Cynthia. That looked like a pleasurable date, but I haven't seen any follow-on, like any progression in their connection since then. And I haven't seen him have any dates that have come anywhere close to that type of connection. So I just don't think his person's on the show. I think he may have a laid-back demeanor. Obviously, he may have some bedside manner because of what he does for a profession. But like we've said in many cases, when you're not at work, you don't have to be the person you are at work. When you're at home or in your dating life, you can be naturally who you are. And he seems to come across as someone that is observant, like Sammy said, but he's not active. He's not putting the actions to pursue whoever it is he's feeling the most. So I just don't think his person's on the show, to be honest.
Fair points on that. I think Lorraine will come back. So, Sophie, talk to me.
Yeah, I agree with most of you. I don't think he is very interested in the woman on the show. I think the way he's moving, it could be something to do with the fact that I know he's Haitian American. He did get along with Cynthia. That was their connection, right? And so people from, we all know people move differently from different places. So, and that mat could have been a gift. I was very surprised. I was like, wow, he doesn't seem like the type of person that would have a mat like that. But, you never know. That could be one side of him that he's really not showing. Nurse practitioners, they're like a step away from being a doctor. They have a lot of stress, so I think, like JR said, he still could be in that mode of, being in his more of a, career mindset rather than just opening up and being himself. But that could be also his personality. If he's not interested, he's not going to pursue. He's not going to chase. He's not going to, do A, B, C, and D as Morgan asked him to do. So he's being intentional. So that could be the reason why he is reserved. And, the person for him might be reserved as well. And it might take a while for them to get to know each other. But I do agree. I don't think that his person might be on the show. He tried a lot with Suan. I mean, even with the dancing, I think he kind of came out of his box and did his thing. And then they zoomed in on his shoes. Did you guys see his shoes? He had on like house shoes, but anyway, I'm not gonna bring that up. But it was nice, but I don't think it was something that he really wanted to do. I think he felt like he was pressured to do it, and she was like, "Are you gonna do something? Let people move the way they move." As us dictating. Like, I think the show might put pressure on them to, hey, make your move, pick your person. I don't know how authentic this situation is. As many seasons as I've watched, and I love the show, there still leaves that room of what you're rushing it. And if the person's not on the show, your person's not on the show, what do? You self-eliminate, or do you stay on just to ride it out, or are you pressured to stay on? So yeah, that's what I think.
I definitely hear you on that. Lorraine, I don't know if you're there. If you are, you can go for it. If not, I will move it to the next part.
I had a real quick thought. When they were in the whole like male and female deliberation last episode, I thought when they got to Anthony, Cynthia said he's very intentional with me because some of the other women called him out. Does anybody remember that? So I had a thought as everyone was talking. I think that he is one of those people, like, he's only going to give you it, his attention and his effort if he feels a connection. And I thought he only felt a real connection with Mercedes and Cynthia. And I don't know, Cynthia, what's her name? Mercedes hasn't really talked about him recently, so I don't know if they've kind of fallen off the wayside, but yeah. All
right. Can I say something? I'm glad you brought that up, Latoya. He was intentional with Mercedes. He actually told her, maybe for me, I could, I'll walk you through this. But he was looking at her in her eyes. I felt like he was really into Mercedes, and he was like, well, I can teach you. You don't feel intimidated by me. I can show you. So he can come out of his box when he wants to. And that I completely forgot about their connection. And she was more intimidated, like, wow, he's so accomplished. And, he already has a daughter and I don't. So we're not on equal playing fields. But he was a man to be like, hey, I can meet you where we meet. So we have seen him be intentional and open and vulnerable to a certain degree. So we will see.
But he's almost like waiting for Mercedes and Cynthia to, make the move. Like he should be making kind of like a guy, but everyone's different. So I guess.
Go for it, Sean.
I was going to say, if it was,
yeah,
sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was. I think that, and you refresh my memory on that, Latoya. That whole thing, because we've seen Mercedes, she knows how to reject the guys nicely, and I think that was her way of saying it's not you, it's me. Because listen, I don't want to be overgeneralizing, but most women like a man that has more than them and that somebody that they could potentially learn from. So I think she saw enough to know I'm not interested. And this is what I'm going to back into it, is that, oh, you seem to be so far ahead. I feel like I have to be playing catch up. Either she was being nice about it, or it's just was her way of rationalizing why she's not interested in him. That's just my thought.
You talking about last week's you talking about last week when they had their conversation?
With Mercedes, when she was saying, I just feel like you've got so much that you've accomplished, and we're in different phases of our life, kind of thing. I just feel like she was just letting him down.
Yeah, go for it, Joe.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, so Mercedes obviously ruled out that connection from progressing with what she said last week, right? He blatantly stated to her that, you know, he felt her and maybe something could happen, and she politely let him down. So I would have thought that if he is feeling Cynthia, then this week he would have kind of stepped up and been more, putting out more of a effort to want to get to know her better, right? But we didn't see that. I don't get the connection with Sue-Ann. This is the second time that they've interacted with each other and they've danced with each other. The first time was on the boat. And then I think this time in the house was pretty awkward as well, because, man, like I don't recall ever in my life or ever hearing about, like you invite someone over and you, for the first time, and you dance. I didn't get that date. I don't think the connection was there. I think that was purely production. And like I said, his energy is basically reserved for someone who he's connected with, and it isn't someone that's on this show currently. Other than Cynthia, I don't see it. And if we look at it the other way, if he was going to pretend and act as if he was feeling some of these ladies, but he actually wasn't, then people will be saying he's playing in our face and he's leading them on and he's X, Y, and Z, right? So at least he's not doing that. Seems like a genuine dude, but he just doesn't have a connection strong enough to pursue on the show.
Definitely hear you on that. Listen, I mean, I actually like Anthony. I think he's got a great vibe to him. It was only this episode that I felt something just, I was like, it just kind of I caught a whiff. It doesn't mean that necessarily he is, but I caught a whiff and I was like, wait. And it was just little things. I know sometimes your mind is just kind of piecing things together and you don't even realize it's piecing it together. I think it was the beginning conversation. Then when the date happens, we're going to go to a date in a second or two. The way the date happened, it just seemed so off. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't know. Then the dance thing just seemed a bit off as well. I was like, I know it might have seemed a little bit cute, but I was just like, wait, why are we having a dance? Like, I just don't know. It felt a little bit odd. It almost felt as if like there was a disinterest, but it may be he's just one of those people as well that, when he's not interested, he's disengaged. It's just really just, he can't even play. He can't even pretend that he'd be liking them. He's not a good actor in that sense. Maybe that's what it is as well. So, I don't want to, but then the Mac 2 did kind of throw me off too. I'm not gonna lie to you. It gave me the Cornelius vibe from a few seasons ago when he had the picture. And it's just one thing. It's just a thing. I don't think necessarily that is actually him per se. I'm just saying I caught a whiff. I'm not saying it actually is. It just made me think. I think more that I'll probably leaning more towards the fact that he's got a type and he likes to keep that type, and he doesn't like going outside of that particular boundary. So I'm gonna give him, I'm gonna keep it on that. I wouldn't say it's other, but I think all responses were welcome on this particular aspect because I could understand where it's come from. It wasn't done in a malicious way or anything. Okay, let's get the date going. Oh no, Lorraine, I don't know if Lorraine was coming back. I didn't get to ask her, but I think she's gone again. She'll come back. Let's move to the actual date then between himself and Sue-Ann in the home. I want to get you guys' perspective because that was wild to me. I can't lie to you. Man, I having dates in the house and thing. That was a bit wild. Okay. Have I got the right part? Have I missed it? There we go.
Sir, what about this woman right in front of your face? He totally missed.
Yo, that date was shambolic. It was shambolic. Yes, Corey, go for it. You open your mic.
I just wanted to make mention of how he was looking at her. A man that's interested in a woman, he don't look at her like that. He don't look at her with that clueless look of, I don't know what to do next. Like, this is new for me. You don't, that's a grown man. He should not be doing that. So to me, I just wanted to point that out. I'm happy you had that clip, Kojo.
Cheers, Corey. JR's cracking up. JR, why are you cracking up, bro? What did you see? What did you view in this situation?
Yeah, I agree with Corey, man. The way he looked at her is like, like no, like this is not working right now. Like, I think she's expecting him to make moves that he is just not feeling like making. She's got Blake. She already kissed Blake. Her strongest connection's been Blake the whole time. I know she may be trying to get more connections at this stage or trying to step it up so she doesn't end up in the bottom. But the fact is, this isn't the guy that's going to be riding for her. And again, like, I don't get why, if he isn't feeling her as his, a strong connection, the chemistry hasn't been there the whole time. I don't get how this date ended up at the house, because the house is a very personal, it's your personal space. So I don't understand that one. Like, if it was Cynthia, maybe, that could have been a progression from the earlier date. But with Sue-Ann, there's no connection there. So I don't get it.
Okay, real quick. I think I got it, guys. I think I understand what's going on. I think that Anthony is a late bloomer. The reason why I say that is because I know Seaway, I know. But the reason why I say that is because Anthony may be intimidated with the women that's attracted to him. He may not have had women that were that attractive, that were that attracted to him. So he doesn't know what to do in the situation. He doesn't know how to talk to them. He's like, the little nerd in high school that, that's shy when pretty woman says something to him. That may be what it is. Now, we may be misjudging that, because I saw that look in his eye was like he did not know what to do next. It's not that he didn't want to, but he didn't want to mess something up by saying something wrong. He's not used to it. So he has the beard, true, but he may not have always had that beard. If you trim that beard down, was he still attractive to women? So that's the question we have to ask each other. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to how he's engaging with them, because something is definitely missing and we may be pointing in the wrong direction. I'll say that for myself.
I wish he would have invited Cynthia to this date, because then we could really see, what their connection is like. But Sue-Ann, that was the last person I was expecting. It was very awkward and uncomfortable. But I think also he might be mindful of the cameras, and then being a nurse, you have to carry yourself a certain way. I work with a lot of NPs that are, they're assertive, so I don't get how he's not. But yeah, the date was really confusing. But I think he picked to dance because remember how she said when they were dancing on the boat, she thought he would come out of his shell. So I think that was him attempting to recreate that moment, but it was just, a fail. No chemistry at all.
Okay. I'll hear you. Wait, before we go any further, I just realized I didn't read out the poll, and I need to do that. I need to be dedicated. Okay. The poll, the question I asked was, why is Anthony not showing much assertiveness? I put ABC, which was 18%, the lowest, second to lowest. No woman there for him, 71%, and Morgan and Marcia are too much, 11%. So overriding, most people think that his woman is not there in that particular poll. Just encouragement for you guys. Well, there's 650 of you guys and climbing, loving it. I need you guys to like the live. Okay, keep sending a good signal so YouTube to let them know that this show is what you want to see more of. So like the live. We have over 200 likes at the moment, but let's keep it going. Got 650 of you guys and climbing. Like the live. Okay, all right, like the live. All right, let's get back onto the conversation. Let's get back into the conversation. Seaway, talk to me. What are you saying?
Yeah, I just think, well, one, Sue-Ann is awkward, right? Like, Sue-Ann is super awkward, so I do agree with the commenters that she was the worst person that could have came on that date, because she's not going to bring out anything out of him, because she's like super awkward and doesn't really want Anthony anyway. But it's just a red flag when you start talking about women in the abstract, when he was saying, there's connections here that I'm really growing with when you're sitting in front of somebody. And also, I mean, Sue-Ann was in his house, allegedly, supposedly, if that's his house. And I just feel like when someone comes to your house, like, you're supposed to give more energy. And he also didn't lead with that at all. So I mean, maybe Corey's right. He's a late bloomer. That's possible, but he has a whole kid. So I don't know if I'm going with that. I mean, I guess you could be a late bloomer with a whole kid, but that doesn't really kind of correlate. So I just feel like Anthony just doesn't seem interested in any of the women on this show, but I think he goes beyond that. And I'm kind of big on like paying attention to the flags. Like it's not, there's a lot of men that've been on this show that aren't interested in any women on the show. Like I feel like Blake isn't interested in any of the women on the show for real. There's been men before who are not interested in any of the women on the show, and they don't really come off like Anthony. I don't think Blue, if that's his name, is interested in any of the women on the show like that. And that doesn't really mean that they aren't interested in women in general. So I think if Anthony is giving interesting vibes, people should just pay attention to that. Because you cannot be interested in women on the show and not come off the way he's coming off. So Olivia said Blake got Susu in theory.
Just real quick on what you said, Seaway. I think if Anthony stays long enough for us to see his ex, I think that'll tell us a lot. And with that late bloomer, what I was meaning by that is the level of attraction, right? So you can have a child with a woman, but it's that level of attraction that can be intimidating for some men, and that's the part I was speaking on. But yeah, good point though. Good point.
Yeah, I mean Anthony just kind of reminds me of like SK, but like when a man is just kind of like weird and problematic, or just kind of like give weird energy, you should just kind of like go the other direction, because you see what happens when you give somebody like SK the time of day and you see what he's doing. I just think, if someone is not giving you that vibe, that interest, keep it moving, because there's probably something deeper there that you don't want to stick around and find out. You don't want to F around and find out. You're going to end up like Raven. So just, keep it moving.
Hey, Latoya, what's your thoughts?
Okay, so the house dates, I saw a clip behind an exclusive or whatever, and Blue did a house date too. So I don't know if like production is just trying to save money and have these men cook for these women, because Blue did the same thing for the young lady who got eliminated, Jonique. But anyway, the date obviously didn't have much energy. I felt like when she asked a question about his seduction language or something, that question might have thrown him off. And I feel like he said, let's dance, as a way not to really answer questions. Like I don't think he felt comfortable sitting there watching her eat, looking in her face. And so he was just like, well, I'm going to put some music on. And I think it was just a way to break up the energy, and that it was an uncomfortable situation for him. I feel like Sue, when she's on dates, she has this very, she's observing people, like she's looking for their responses to be a certain way, and then you see her in the split screen confessional and she's like, no, that didn't hit the mark. No. So I don't know if people are picking up on her energy too. That's very like an evaluation, like you missed that opportunity, negative 10 points. You know what I'm saying? Because you get the real deal when she's in a confessional and she's like, no. So I think that's why she tends to be on the bottom a lot, because they don't feel like they're getting the real her. So it was just a bad combination and a total sham, honestly. Not fun to watch at all.
Good points. Shan, you there? Maybe not. All right, Sophie, go for it.
Did you call me?
Oh yeah, I was going to say, what was your thoughts on the date between 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 Anthony and Sue-Ann at his home?
Oh, like I said, I was surprised it was. I spoke on it already, but I was surprised it was Sue-Ann and not Cynthia. It was awkward. I had the same questions Black Maid and Seaway had. I was kind of like, this is confusing.
Okay, Soph.
Yeah, same thing. I think I mentioned it earlier. If the dance felt forced a little bit, but then I do like Latoya's point where maybe he did it to not have, to break away from an awkward situation. Yeah, he's trying. Maybe he's being pressured to stay on the show. Suanne is definitely linked up with Blake. You can tell. She wasn't, she's asking about him putting an effort in, but what interest has she completely shown about him? He's one of her people, but I think she's definitely chosen Blake, and this was like a filler. That's how it felt.
Fair point. Sean, the date at the house.
Yeah, I think it was kind of awkward, and I think that I don't think any of the men really are interested in Suanne. It's not what I just don't see that. I don't think her connection is on the show. I think that I don't know if she's just going along to get along and they've just got an agreement. The same with Blake. I don't think there's really a genuine interest there. With that kiss that they shared, yeah, they could save that awkward dance that her and Anthony shared. They could save that. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with dancing in the house. I think that's a fun thing to do, but just the way it was placed to me seemed very awkward. It seemed like if a woman is saying to me, like, I'm not seeing your interest, right? I don't see an intensity. I don't see that you are moving the needle along to show me that there's a level of attraction there. Dancing with her wouldn't be the first place that I think I would start, or nor should you start, right? Let me hold your hand, right? And let's, move the gap, because it's obviously a gap between where, she's telling you, usually it's men, we're feeling like we're in the friend zone and we want to move to the next level. If a woman is telling you, I'm just feeling like there's nothing coming off of you, I guess it was like he followed her lead because she said she enjoyed the last time they danced. So let's just duplicate the dance. I don't think that's the answer. The answer is, show me that you're attracted to me. Show me that you're interested. Let's move this beyond a friendship. We can dance in the club. If that dance is not translating to anything else, unless he's going to do the dirty wine with her, I'm not sure how that was doing anything. It seemed very just ill-placed to me. So I'm not gonna, my other panelists, they, covered it clearly. So I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but I will say that it's just, he's not doing himself any service, right? So when we start to do all the math and add the pieces together, the floor mat, this silly dancing, not really being direct and answering questions. He played a little toe tap dancing, with her when they were at the dinner table, and she was like, well, do you like me? And he was like who? Like me? Like what? It's like, oh, come on, bro. You're full grown, man. Like, I just need you to just say what it is. Either tell her you're not interested. I really like you. I think you have a lot to offer, but I don't see a connection. I would respect that more than all this foolishness and all of this, two-stepping that he's doing. So that's what I think.
Sammy Sam, talk to me.
Okay, so to not repeat what the other panelists said, because I agreed with most of the things that were said, but as usual, I always have my own touch. So I think that why is production setting them up together? The last episode, they were clear that they don't like each other, especially, well, when I say don't like there's not an attraction. He said it clearly. So why sing a date between the two of them? That didn't make sense. And it didn't even make sense for the date to be in his house because he don't like her like that. So why have her in his environment? So it feels forced. Maybe Cynthia was not available or something. I don't know. He don't like her. And that's why it's forced. And it's like, shut up and dance. Just to make it to make it short. It was a shut up and dance situation. I must say I was a little bit cringy when I was saying Suan talking. I like what Suwan represents. I just don't like the way she approached dating in the show. She's acting like he was supposed to be, into her. Girl, Blake is barely there, and that's because you are his advocate, like Jeffrey likes to say. So for me, I feel like she might also be missing a point, but it's not showing, and that makes me sad because I like Suwan. I like what she represents. She's beautiful. She has everything going on for herself. But in the show so far, she blocked like potential connection because she was so focused on what Blake and Jeffrey had going on. I'm questioning why he's still there at this point. I feel like just like Jolene, he may be ready to love, but the person for him is not part of the cast. That's it for me.
Appreciate it. Lorraine, go for it. Haven't had you in a little while. Talking about Anthony's shambolic date on with Suwan at his house.
So, Anthony, I think I spoke about him last week, and I said he's a bit of a dark horse in the sense that everyone had shown him interest, and I was reflecting on that, thinking about why when I was watching this episode. And his profession, he's a nurse practitioner. It would be interesting to find out whether that's physical or mental health field. Either way, people who are in the health field usually have kind of a defender kind of personality type. So they kind of lead with emotion, they're kind of intuitive, open, welcoming. So it's not surprising that a lot of women, even if you watch the first episode, they were drawn to him. He had a connection with Mercedes, he had a connection with Morgan, he also had a connection with Cynthia, a connection with Suwan. So a lot of women are really drawn to him, and I feel like that's got something to do with his profession. And then on the other hand, people who also work in the health profession, which is why I said it will be interesting to find out if it's physical or mental, have to have a guard up. You kind of have to have a church and state kind of perspective because of the fact that your role is very giving. You give so much of yourself that you kind of have to be closed off a little bit when you're in your personal life, so you're not kind of taking your work home. So I'm not sure if that plays into it with Anthony. I do feel like he has got, when he's speaking to someone like Cynthia, for example, he's much more forthcoming. He's much more forthcoming about what he wants, what he's looking for, and all that kind of stuff. He doesn't have the same kind of communication with Suwan. He just doesn't like her, and maybe he just doesn't know how to let her down. I'm not sure. I think he had the date at the house because he's got a nice house, and it's not the first time they've had dates in the house. They had that with Ron, they had that with Joelle. So I feel like maybe they do ask the cast members, whoever's comfortable to have a date in the house, they can go ahead and do that. The mat, for me, I didn't see as zesty. I saw the mat as kind of derogatory, actually, which is why I'm saying he's a bit of a dark horse. I saw it as derogatory, and I kind of thought that whatever man who kind of uses those kind of terms, if he's going to use that, whether it's in a light-hearted term, best believe it's in an argument, he's going to be calling you all kind of names. Okay, so I see why some people might have got a zesty feel from him just because of that, and him not being as forthcoming and how he was interacting with Suwan. But yeah, that Matt for me said everything that I needed to know. There's a lot more to Anthony than meets the eye. It was, for me, I take it as quite derogatory, actually. So yeah, but that day it was just Suwan, like, that man doesn't want you. You don't want that man as well. So she doesn't want him. I think she was just asking for the sake of asking. Maybe she just wants to have another option, including Blake. But it was a pointless date nonetheless.
I hear that. JR, talk to me.
Yeah, I can definitely see, like I said before, how his mannerisms may be something to do with his profession, but I can't give him a way out. Like, he's not feeling Suwan like that. The Matt, I can see why it was derogatory in some people's eyes, because like he lives by himself and with his kid, and I know he ain't calling his kid the B word, and I know he doesn't refer to himself as the B word, so I can definitely see why it's taken in that context. But yeah, like I said, for me, he's just like Janique, maybe a cool person, but I just don't think his person's on the show, and I don't think he should fake the funk either. He had Sue-Ann in his presence. If there was a spark there, then something would have sparked. He would have clicked. It didn't. I agree. It could have been, okay, you know what? The conversation's dry. This is boring. Let's go up and do something fun. Let's just dance like we did it at the club. And then you can leave. But there's no connection there. There never was. She's not feeling him. She's feeling Blake. She sat on Blake's lap the other day, rubbed his back, kissed him. And they kind of, she was kind of calling him boyfriend already and stuff like that. So I think this was probably a backup option for her, just to keep her in the game. And she doesn't have one in Anthony that we can all see. And he being at the bottom this time, it was Marc Anthony that got the lifeline, but he could have easily gone home. He's not feeling anyone. So it is what it is. I'm not sure he lasts to the end, because I don't see him and Cynthia bonding that well unless something miraculous happens next week. But I always thought that the connection he had with Cynthia was stronger. But now that, and Cynthia also said that now that Andre's back, he now is back on top. Like Anthony was just a placeholder while Andre was out. So maybe Cynthia's attention is going to shift back to Andre as well. And that leaves Anthony with no connections.
All right, appreciate it. Good work. I'm going to move on as well to the next person. I just want to read some super chats from you guys. Much appreciation. Phil Good said earlier on, and I kind of took so long to read it. It said, too friendly mean you talk to too many attractive people, and I don't like it. That was earlier on in the conversation when we spoke about being too friendly. Tara's World says we already she's irrational by how we already know she's irrational by how she handled Blake. Too many truths are told in jokes. Run Tony. Shout out Tara's World as well. And Sandria says he was passive with Cynthia. She led the whole date as well. Shout out to Sandria as well. Appreciate you guys in the super chats as well. Keep sending your super chats and we'll post up your messages on here as well. It's greatly appreciated. All right. And this is the final part. Someone said it was apparently the mat is from a Roddy Ricch line. I don't know if that's coincidence or whether that's just the mats that they chose. It could be. So I don't know who Roddy Ricch is. I know he's a rapper, but I don't know anything else. I've never heard any of his music, so I don't know.
It doesn't make it better.
That's very true. He doesn't, to be honest. he still chose that line to put on the mat. So yeah, that's what's going on at the moment. Let's shift it on from Anthony's covers date. Then let's move on to another date that was happening. We'll finally get on to Marc Anthony and Jefferi, because you know what? I'll be honest with you. All right, Marc Anthony and Jefferi. Marc Anthony was talking the most with Jefferi, like, he really wanted to rub her feet, rub her back, and run her a hot bath, and look after those 3 kids that he said he didn't want to look after, but he suddenly wants to look after all of a sudden. Yeah, that's I had red flagging, because our brother was telling us he didn't want to be looking after the kids, and suddenly he wants to look after 3. Okay, and she got Crohn's as well. So I said, sir, it's a lot to take on. Are you sure you want to take this on? Just saying. You want to take this on. So let's play a little clip, and then we'll get the conversation going as well.
Yeah.
You could be the soft one.
When Marc said that, it just hit me in a way that, I don't know. I looked at him, and at that moment, in a whole different light. I could feel his protective energy around me, and I just felt.
I can feel his protective energy around me. And so we're going to get your little conversation going with this. Marc Anthony, is he full of bullcrap, or is this generally a connection with Jeffrey? And if it is a genuine connection with Jeffrey, what is it that he sees in Jeffrey? You know, what is it that he's attracted to? What's taken him closer to Jeffrey? You know, I mean, he lips her with some passion. You know what I mean? So I want to know what you guys' thoughts are on Marc Anthony and Jeffrey's date. Tell me what you noticed. Tell me what you saw. Tell me what you were observing from this situation. Lorraine, talk to me. Marc Anthony with Jeffrey. Wagwan for the team.
Yeah, Mark. First of all, I know I've said it 1,000 times, but that man is beautiful. Okay, he's so beautiful. Anyway, I think give credit where credit is due. That was a very difficult conversation. Crohn's is not a joke for all people that know about it. So, you know, for her to kind of open up to him, maybe feel safe to open up to him, I was kind of surprised. I thought she might have had that kind of moment with Andre and not with Marc Anthony. So I don't know if she's going to tell everybody, but it was interesting that she said to him first. He was very present, eye contact, kind of, you know, good body language and all of that. I'm not sure if it's because he was on the chopping block and women were kind of questioning his intention or lack thereof. So he was making an effort to be present in this conversation. Needless to say, they have a lot of chemistry. So I don't feel like it's not as forced, because he does find her attractive. He mentioned her kind of feminine aura, and I think that's what he's drawn to. I feel like he likes the idea of Jeffrey. He likes what she represents. That kind of, she's a woman. I don't know how to explain it, but she just has that flair about her, and I think he's drawn to that. He is hardly going to be able to sustain or support her with 3 children. So I highly doubt that he's going to be able to support her again with the physical condition that she has. So it's just, this is not going to go anywhere again. I think he likes the idea of her. I think he's attracted to her. She's attracted to him. And there's nothing wrong with that. But in terms of like a long-term sustainable relationship, it's not going to happen. And I think that Jeffrey knows that deep down. I think she's going to end up with Andre, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they're going to be at the end together. But I think she's attracted to Marc. He's a beautiful man. But he's not ready for anything serious right now. And it shows the disparity in the conversation he was having with her and Mercedes. And I was like, yeah, this with Mercedes, this is you. That wasn't you. You were trying to be something that you're not with Jeffrey, because you feel like that's what she needs from you, and you think that that's what you need to present as.
Good pass. I hear that, Lorraine. Thank you. JR, what's your thoughts? What are you telling me? What is it about Marc Anthony? What's he seen in Jeffrey? Jeffrey?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm stumped. I don't see it. But whatever it is, it's obviously keeping him interested enough to the point where he considers her and Mercedes up there in his connections. You know, quite a few of the ladies are turned off by Marc Anthony at this point. But do I think that it's going to work with Jeffrey and Marc Anthony? I don't see it. Just don't get it. But fair play. I mean, the show is about having more than one connection at this point. I just think that the kissing part, that's where he's going to mess up. Because if people are talking about Tony being a player and how much they hate players and all this other stuff, right? Marc Anthony went straight from his date where he kissed Jeffrey and went straight to Mercedes on that date, and he kissed her even more than he kissed Jeffrey. And that's because, in my opinion, he's feeling Mercedes more than he's feeling Jeffrey. So the Crohn's thing is sad. You know, it's something that will take a lot of compassion and understanding. at this point, do I think that he is the type of person that's going to be supportive enough to want to be like a, not a carer, but, have to have to bear that in mind, that's a condition that she's going to go through. I have no idea, but I just think that at this point, I don't see why she's so high up on his list. I think she does like him genuinely, but even then, I'm not too sure how much she likes him, because she says that she was thinking about Andre the whole time he was gone. She has a connection with Blue as well. She had a connection with DeMario, and she's also got Mark Anthony. So I think she's kind of got a lot of connections and not necessarily focusing on one at this point. Whichever one pisses her off or ticks her off, then they're out. I don't think she'll give them the Blake treatment where she's going in on them. But for Mark Anthony specifically, there is something there, but I just don't see it.
I hear you on that, and thank you for being honest. You have no clue as to why she's like this. Okay, go for it, Sean. You want to say?
Yeah, I think that he's attracted to her. He did, he mentioned it, and I think I forgot who it was. I think it was Sammy or somebody a couple of episodes ago. They mentioned that she was feminine, and we debated her. But I guess Mark Anthony feels like she's feminine. I don't feel like she's feminine, but to me, it's a veneer of femininity, but I don't feel like that's fair. Maybe it was you, C-Way, that said it. Yeah, I think it was you. But nevertheless, he likes her. He's into her. He's attracted to her. But I think it's all cap. Because even when she told him she had Crohn's, and I really do feel that way, I feel bad for her in that scenario. He didn't know what it was. And he just went along with the conversation. So that to me just showed me that if I'm genuinely interested in you, and you tell me you open up to me and you tell me you have a sickness or an illness, and I don't know what that is, and I really care, and I'm developing a connection with you, I'm going to ask you, oh, tell me a little bit more about that. He just went along like, oh, okay. It's like, bro, it seemed like he just is leveraging her for the process. And no, they didn't edit it out when in Rome, because he said it in his confessional that he didn't know what it was. He had no clue. And then she ultimately wound up telling him exactly what it was. Right. She explained to him and her kids, and, he asked a nice question. Oh, how does that impact your kids? But I don't see his connection. And if I don't know if we talked about before I joined, but you compare the kiss he had with Jeffrey versus the kiss that he had with Mercedes. Yeah, there was passion there. That Jeffrey kiss was like, you're attractive, and I'm just, I need enough connections. And then part of us just has to realize that this is part of the show, right? There's going to be people that don't necessarily have the tightest connections, but you need to be, having some people that like you so you don't get voted off the show. So I think that, I found that to be the case with them. I think it's very surface, and I think that it's going to fizzle at the end, very similar to how the Jason and Liz connection fizzled, because I think there are two different stages in life, and 3 kids, and now, a debilitating disease that, could be problematic, that you don't know what the outcome is going to be entering into the relationship. It's different if something develops while we're together, and then we can learn to work through it. But at the very early onset, you got all these things. It's going to be, I might have to just respectfully, I'm going to moonwalk out of the situation. And I think that's what I see Mark Anthony doing. He's playing the game. And just lastly, I know JR has all the fire, but I got a little bit of fire for Jeffrey. When she said that, if you see, that's why I'm so peaceful, that's it, because of my illness. I guess we must have missed the piece. They must have edited out all the piece because I don't see it. So I'm sorry, ma'am. I hope, I know the Crohn's is nothing to play with, and I'm not joking about your illness at all. But the piece, I call cap on that piece. The same way I call cap on him genuinely be interested in her and wanting to see a future with her, I call cap on her saying, that's why I'm so peaceful. No, you're a hellion, ma'am. You are a hellion. Rightfully so, I guess, if Blake is the next coming of Beelzebub himself. So I guess that's what Blake is. So that's what he's bringing out of all the ladies. But I haven't seen peace yet, and I'm done.
Sam, go for it. You're like finishing me.
GR and Sean, y'all are just the type of men that y'all are just eating from like the entrance of the club. But then if she's in front of you, you all love her. You all love her. I was telling y'all 2 weeks ago, all those men are going to fall for Jefferi because of the type of energy that she has. And y'all swore I was lying.
No.
I came here tonight just to remind you that I was correct. And it was important for me to do it. Listen, I think Marc Anthony is not serious. I don't think Jefferi is serious either. Do I think that he is attracted to her? Yes. Do I think that it may lead to a serious relationship? Honestly, no. Because when reality kicks in, I don't think that Marc Anthony is going to be willing to deal with the baggage. I don't like to call it baggage because children are not baggage, but what comes with being with Jefferi. But do I think that Jefferi can find her husband in those men? Yeah, if she wants to, but she don't want to. That's why she's going for Marc Anthony. And y'all can say all y'all want to say, but if that pretty lady come in front of you and tell you that's why I'm so hard the way I am, I'm a dame, in French we say demoiselle en détresse, I need your help. Y'all can come and take all your back Superman cap and want to be the man for her until she's going to show you her attitude and not going to be with her. So yeah, that was it for me.
I just want to clarify something really quick. Look, the answer can't always be if we calling somebody's behavior out, oh, we want her, or, we could never get a look from her, because we could say the same thing about the men that you guys don't like. And that's not the answer. The answer is I see some things that are very surface level. And I also see what I perceive to be some phoniness. So it doesn't stand out. I don't like it. Now, doesn't mean that she's the worst person in the world, but for me, those are red flags, and I would not entertain her at all. Never in life. I wouldn't.
On a more serious matter, because y'all know I'm very playful, a healthy man that wants to be in a healthy relationship should not be attracted by what Jefferi has to offer based on her personality. But we're not dealing with healthy people. Just small reminder.
Yeah, but you just said it yourself. Like a guy who is actually looking for a serious relationship, who doesn't want someone who's going to be problematic, they're not going to choose that the option that Jefferi presents. Like so, like
it's one thing.
So that's not no shade. That's not no shade. The fact is, there are some guys that would actually gravitate to that, and if that's Marc Anthony's flavor, then that's cool. But then why does he like Mercedes, who is the complete opposite? And for me, I see a better connection with Mercedes, a better compatibility with Mercedes and Marc Anthony than I do with Jefferi and Marc Anthony. So that's all it is. It's not no beef. I don't hate her. Don't know her.
I'm just playful. I'm just playful. But I do not think
it wasn't to you. It was like also the crowd, the audience as well.
I used to agree with you until I saw the date between Mercedes and Marc Anthony, and I was like, you just want to, anyway. Same for her anyway. So, but we're going to get there.
I love the opinions. I ain't even mad at it. I love the opinions. Go for it, Siwe. Oh, See where then Black.
Go ahead, go see.
Loving the smoke.
If you're quick where you can go ahead because I'm gonna derail.
Why you going derail?
I just want to say this. I want to say that the interaction I saw between Mark Anthony and Jeffrey, you know, to me, I think Jeffrey is looking at Mark Anthony with her eyes and not her heart. I think that the things that he says, I think she thinks everything he says is golden. Him mentioning the kids should not give her a moment to say, "Oh my God, I can't believe he mentioned the kids." That's not where it's at. Okay, I haven't heard any type of conversation between the two of them that talks about the future. I haven't heard anything of any depth when it comes to Mark Anthony in his conversation with her. I did notice that there was a whole different Mark Anthony with Jeffrey than it was with Mercedes. With Jeffrey, Mark Anthony had the button up on. He's trying to look spiffy for her because he sees, okay, she's this type of woman. He had to put forth a little bit more effort with her. With Mercedes will accept him for who he is. So he comes with just a t-shirt and jeans on, like he just came from the grocery store. And this is a date he's going on with her. So it shows how comfortable he is with Mercedes versus how he has to kind of put on a little front for Jeffrey. So I noticed that. So the thing was with him and Jeffrey, I think that'll be short-lived. I think they're both attracted to each other. I think they should just call it what it is. Hey, I want you, you want me. Let's do the grown thing. Let's get this out of the way and be moving on. But Jeffrey has kids she has to think about. He has no experience with kids. You know, he even said it himself. Never dated a woman with kids. He doesn't have any kids. He don't know how to handle the situation. That's a lot to put a man into. Not one kid, but three. So I think, I think Jeffrey should be honest with herself about how she sees Mark Anthony. And I think Mark Anthony's being honest with himself about how he sees Mercedes and move accordingly. You got to see what.
Thanks, Corey. I guess the small derailment is with my point. I just want JR, I just want you to think about what about Jeffrey bothers you so bad. I just want to know because I've never seen this energy from you. And when you talk about Jeffrey, it tickles my whole entire spirit. Like she really seems to get under your skin. And I just want you to share with us and me what she's reminding you of. I just want you to think about that while I get to my other point, because I want you to think about that. But I just want to say Jeffrey is very, very manipulative. And I want people to be very discerning about what she's doing. As a person with an autoimmune disease, which I haven't even talked about on this channel, and it affects my life on a day-to-day basis. Very not similar to Crohn's disease, but an autoimmune disease nonetheless. That would not be something that I bring up in that context. She did that literally to invoke sympathy in a very manipulative way. And Mark Anthony's response was what anybody's response would be when someone says something that's very inappropriate. And I'm going to just say it as a person who suffers from an autoimmune disease that affects my life. I literally cannot be stressed out by these Negroes or these hoes. It's very similar. If people stress me out, I have to move them out of my life because they will cause an actual reaction in my body. So I feel her 100%. That is still not something that I would be bringing up on a date with somebody to invoke sympathy, because I'm not a manipulative person. And that whole thing was very manipulative. And what was he supposed to say? He's supposed to say what he said. The only thing that gave red flags with that is why, after you had nothing really to say, do you want to kiss her? That's weird. And that gets to my second point. Mark Anthony only wants sex from these women, including Mercedes, including her. But what I was saying and what Sean alluded to when he spoke is the energy, the feminine energy that I was talking about 2-3 weeks ago. Is this very sexual aura that Jeffrey brings. I know she doesn't do it for JR, and she may not do it for Sean, but she's doing it for these dudes. And I even feel it through the screen. She's a very strong sexual energy. And I think Mark Anthony is really drawn to that. I don't think he's drawn to anything else. He doesn't want to deal with her kids, her life, her autoimmune disease, or anything like that. But he is very sexually drawn to her. I do think that he likes Mercedes energy on a more genuine level, but I also think he wants to just smash her too. So yeah, I mean, between Mark Anthony and Jefferi, I think they're both bad for two different reasons. But Jefferi's manipulation, she's full-fledged Delilah mode, and I like her. I don't even have smoke for her like JR does, but I'm telling you, she's very manipulative. She's full-fledged Delilah. And she's no different than Mr. Mark Anthony, who is beautiful. I agree with you. I think it was Lorraine said that. He's stunning. He's absolutely stunning, to the point where he doesn't need to be on the show. Those cheekbones, them eyebrows, that face, the way he dresses. Why is he on the show? He's absolutely stunning. Maybe his income is not where it needs to be. Maybe that's why he's on the show. Perhaps. D, you don't think he's stunning? Come on now. We're gonna have to call a spade a spade.
Man. He's a very good.
That man is very pretty.
Who's stunning? Mark Anthony?
Yeah, he's actually pretty.
No,
I wouldn't even. He's beyond handsome. He's pretty.
I agree.
He doesn't
need to be on the show.
He's a good-looking guy. I can't even hate. He is.
He has good eyebrows. I agree with that.
I mean, his eyebrows are perfect. I'll give him a chance to talk.
Sam, come on, let's not front. Let's not front on this man.
He's not my type. Let's just say that.
Sam said that's not her type. She really is. That's not her type.
Model-looking man.
But he doesn't need to be your type. Like, you know, universally, he's a very beautiful man. Like, a lot of people are not my type, but I can appreciate that he's beautiful. Like, he's chiseled. He's stunning, and he doesn't even have to put in work. And why would you put yourself in a show where you actually have to work for you to get women or for you to actually get far? So it's very confusing for me, because I feel like he's probably the most beautiful man who's been on the show. So I'm just like, what are you doing on there? You don't need to be on there.
Because he wants you to say it's beautiful. That's why he's on the show. He wants more attention.
That's true.
And
no,
we're gonna make all we're saying is this is the energy that we want. You know, when you describe me, I want you see the chat lit up, the ladies universally. That's the energy that I want the woman in my life to feel about me.
That's what I'm saying, Sean.
Y'all know how it feels.
It's so easy to say it.
You find someone very attractive, and I want that energy. That's all I'm saying.
Bro.
How did you make this about you?
And we ain't settling for nothing.
I'm an only
less,
child, and that's also always the case. Just like you decided to tussle with JR about Jefferi.
I'm still waiting for my response about that, because that is really getting to me. I really need to know.
Oh man, sorry, I'm just waiting for you to finish. But the thing is, Seaway, you said it yourself. The exact reason is the manipulation. Not only has she manipulated the group at certain times, but she's also trying to manipulate her way through the process. All right. Now, I just don't like combative. I don't like the standoffish. I don't like, you're on a show to find a connection and be with somebody at the end of the process. That's it. Or the messy, or the petty, or the I don't like that. I would not want to come home to that. So I don't like seeing it. I don't think that should win the day. But if it's Mark Anthony's flavor, then that's who he's going to choose. I doubt it, but I'm not in the show. Mark Anthony is. So my opinion is irrelevant. All I'm saying is, if I was in Mark Anthony's shoes, my focus would be on Mercedes more than it would be Jefferi. And for him to come out of that date with Jefferi when she, she was vulnerable, she overshared her condition at this stage of the process, and he went straight to the next date and lip-locked with Mercedes passionately multiple times. So this connection with Jefferi may be overstated by some people. I think what we need to pay attention to is the connection with him and Mercedes. Because let's face it, Mercedes is cooing over him, and he seems to be very interested in her too. Do I think Marc Anthony has time for the mess and the other stuff that Jeffrey will come with when she's in that mood? Or if she goes back to the lounge next week and says, oh, well, you know what, Marc Anthony chose me and da-da-da. Like, that's not, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that win. I'm sorry. So Seaway, you may have empathy. You may see that sisterhood thing. You may be like, yeah, she's like when in Rome and all of that. You may see that her as like the queen of RTL and all that other stuff. Me as a male who actually has to evaluate the type of energy that I want in a girl that I want to date, that is off-putting for me what she brings. It's just a personal preference. Marc Anthony might be all for it. Other people might. But I would prefer to come home to someone who I'm more compatible with and we can have fun and chill out. Don't want to be called out. Don't want to be bad mouth to people and things like that. I'm not here for that. None of that stuff.
No, that makes sense.
I do detect some apprehension in her though. When it comes to meeting the exes, I think she's got some apprehension about that too.
No, that makes sense.
Oh, cool.
So can I just add something really quickly? I agree that Jeffrey is manipulative and it was a very manipulative move in this situation. But I think that if she had shared that with somebody else, I don't feel like it would have been oversharing. I think that when it comes to health, that's something that you need to be slightly open with somebody to see if that's something that they could handle, because that's something that she has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So she's got 3 kids, and then on top of that she's got Crohn's, so she needs to make sure that the person that's going to be in her life is going to be able to take that on, because that is a huge responsibility. Yes, they don't want to be her carer or anything. So I think if she had shared it in a different capacity, this was a very manipulative move, but I feel like if she had shared it with somebody else or in a different way, I don't think it would have been oversharing, because you need to share that kind of information. And I think it really did bring a lot of awareness to about Crohn's. Some people don't, and he didn't even know, so there's a lot of people out there who won't even know what Crohn's is. So I just had to say that quickly.
That's a fair point. Loving all the points by you guys as well. Just got another super chat from Shan Dior. She was on the panel just a minute ago, so shout out to her as well. So thank you so much for having me on your panel, Kojo. Really appreciate it. Always watch, but I've been nervous to get on. Had to drop off, but it was fun. Hashtag pray for Morgan's healing. Shout out to Shan. She was on the panel moments ago as well, so shout out to you. Appreciate you for coming through as well. Okay, let me just quickly read out the poll, and then we're gonna continue on the bottom road, get you guys thoughts. I asked which kiss was more passionate for Marc Anthony, and 84% of you guys said Mercedes over Jeffrey. So you believe the kiss for Mercedes was more passionate. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't think the kiss for Mercedes was that passionate. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think it was that passionate. He didn't lean forward. He let her do all the work. He called her over like Tony was calling over Morgan. It was a bit more of a power thing. He's already conquered Mercedes. Listen, I'm just saying this. We do call women cute. We do as men. We do, right? And we do find them attractive. But sometimes also when we call you cute, we actually aren't really interested in you. Just do you know what I mean? Like, you cute, but I'm not really trying to feel you like that. Do you know what I mean? And he called her cute. That's the thing I get. I get Marc Anthony. My thing is this: Marc Anthony is a good-looking boy, right? He's a very good-looking boy. I'm sure he's used to a certain type of level of girls. Yeah. Mercedes is already conquered, so it's done. Jeffrey hasn't been conquered. I think now I'm looking at that's his MO. It's Jeffrey hasn't been conquered. She's playful and not necessarily attainable so easily. I'm gonna see what I can do to see if I can conquer it and grab it. You know what I mean? Because Jonique didn't even look his way. She said that's a small boy to him. he knew he couldn't go there. Like I think Mark Anthony does like a little bit of the game. He likes to play a little bit. He wants to see who he can pull, and he's got a little bit of an ego, like most people have. So yes, I don't buy much of his relationship with Mercedes, but we'll get into that in a second or two. Latoya, I haven't heard from you. Sorry, apologies. Latoya and Sophie, I'm going to hear from you guys. Latoya, what's your thoughts to the date between Mark and Jeff?
Okay, so I just generally do not like Jefferi. I think that the pendulum swings too far on her personality. She goes from damsel in distress to like real aggressive, real like a dog with a bone that she can't let go of. And for me, it gives thin line between love and hate. Like she, like not. I'm not gonna make that joke, but it gives very unstable. Same with Morgan. Same kind of energy. Like beautiful. Like what's the black spider that kills the mate that she mates with? The Black Widow. They give very much like Black Widow. Yeah, energy, and I wouldn't trust it. Like for me, like that's the type of woman you'll end up like in jail or something like that, because it just swings too far and too quickly for me to be stable, something you can really settle down with. But also, what's his name? Anthony. He gives me very performative, like. When it was like one of the first things he was a part of since he's newer to the show. And he came, I want to make a toast to everybody. And it's just, he's so performative to me. Like when he was fighting with DeMario, if there's a shorty that you're going to come up, for me, it just doesn't give real. Like, I think that he postures a lot too. Like even with Jefferi on the date, his body language was like this close in her face to like present like real intentional and masculine. And I think that she is also performative in this feminine energy that she gives, because as they were walking out, I heard her say, "Oh, you like putting your hand on my waist, don't you?" Like the waist is a very sensual part. And I think she accentuates that in order to do that whole Black Widow thing. It's very alluring on the surface if you're not like super intuitive and you don't watch her other movements. If that was the only, and she kept that energy pretty consistent, then I would say awesome. She's mastered like feminine seduction. But it's the way the pendulum swings on the other end that is worrisome for me. In terms of their date, I don't know. I don't think that it was manipulative, maybe. I think that she does like him. The kiss for me was neither here nor there. I didn't see like sparks. But this is ultimately not going to work because of the kids and the age difference. And I just don't think that he's serious about anybody. I think he's very performative.
Good points, Latoya. Thank you. I appreciate it. Soph, talk to me.
So he might be performative, maybe because he might be interested in an acting career. So this might be his platform. We all agree that he is a very distinguished looking man, very nice looking man. And he could be putting on a front for a lot of the women, the way he, interacts with them. But I do believe that Jefferi and him might have a fantasy about one another. Maybe she's playing into that fantasy and he's playing into that fantasy. Anything deeper, I think, will be difficult. But on the surface level, they're both definitely feeling each other. She might be that feminine fantasy that he doesn't mind being around. I think he's friendly with almost all the women. I think he's able to bag a lot of women, and so he's in his natural mode. He's friendly with women like this all the time, is what I get, and touchy. Besides Jonique, who saw him already from the beginning, so he knows he can't go far with her. But his move has been very touchy-feely, very in your face, very seductive. So they might have that in common, him and Jefferi. They might have that alluring seduction spirit about them, and they're both kind of looking at each other like, hey. But yeah, there are definitely two sides to Jefferi. when you're not on her good side or when she decides to turn the lights, she is a whole different person. So bringing up Crohn's disease at this time, she was maybe trying to be vulnerable, maybe she was trying to get sympathy from everyone, but was it necessary? I don't know, because he wasn't too open to really dive into what is it, how long have you had it. He did ask about how her kids feel about her having that, so they tried to have a nice little conversation, but it was very physically drawn, right? So yeah, Jefferi is, I think they're both around the same age too. Even though she seems a lot older than him or has had more life experience than him, they seem to be around the same age. So yeah, I think it's fantasy between them two.
You know what? Real quick, episode 3 of 4, I think Tommy had told everyone, he said to give something about yourself, that share something about yourself with your partner or someone who you feel, is your tightest connection. That would have been a better time for this. I think it would not have seemed like it was what it was. Like it seemed like it was kind of manipulative. You know what I mean? So because of that, I think that would have been a better time. So I just want to point that out, that she did have other times where she could have, informed him about this.
I hear that. All right. We'll move on then to the next quickly scene. So obviously talking about Mercedes with Marc Anthony. If anybody has any additions, please let me know. But I will play a clip so that you guys can have a little bit of a idea real quick. Ooh, baby, you want about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I like flying planes.
So I took my discovery flight, and I felt like that that bug bite.
That bug bite, right?
Yeah.
His pursuit of his pilot's license is something that resonates with me as well.
Marc Anthony, Mercedes. To be or not to be? That is the question. What's your guys' thoughts? Do you believe this? Do you feel like he really likes her as well, or is he playing with her? Like, what did you guys garnish from this particular dinner? See that garnished dinner? All right, no worries. What did you guys get? Go for it, Sam.
I think that they look good together on paper, but all he has for her is sexual energy, and all she has for him is sexual energy. The conversation started really well, but then at some point she was having a tongue open and touching his abs, and he was saying things about her, and that was a catch for her too, by the way. When he said that thing that it makes him want something to wake up, and she started laughing, he was testing her. That's to see how easy, how easy she will go. She fall right into the trap, and a minute later they were kissing. So yeah, they're not serious. I'm done.
I hear that. Anyone else want to add about the Mercedes situation?
She's showing too much interest. Yeah, she's showing too much interest, and I'm not into playing games, but when you're dealing with somebody like Marc Anthony, who's probably used to a lot of attention, she's making the chase way too easy. And I don't know if Sam, this is what you were trying to get at, but when he was making those type of sexual innuendos and she was smiling with her tongue out and doing all this type of other stuff, he's like, got her. Got me one. He already know. If it wasn't for this show, he already know what time it is. She is weak in the knees, and that's the problem. You cannot show this much interest in nobody like Marc Anthony. I'm not saying it's impossible for him to settle down, but he gonna settle down with a woman that's gonna make him put in some work. And she's making it a little bit too easy for him. Hate that it has to be her. I hate that it has to be this complicated. I really do. Life is not fair, but she cannot be making it this easy for him. But in theory, yeah, they're cute. But it ain't gonna play out right. They're cute though in theory. I love their story in theory.
Yeah, Sean, go for it.
Yeah, I would disagree. I mean, I think I see more pressure or Morgan being more pressed over Tony than I do over Mercedes over Mark Anthony. I think there's nothing wrong with if you're attracted, you're interested, and you have chemistry and a connection with just going along with that vibe, you know, and just being open and receptive. Everything doesn't have to be, let me see what you do before I do what I do. Just be who you are naturally. And then you can assess whether that person is the right one for you. But I don't like the, let me put up a wall or let me not do what I normally do. If I like somebody, let me not tell them because I think they may be playing, right? If you like them, you like them. There's nothing wrong with telling somebody you like them and then seeing where it goes. And if it's reciprocated, then it's great. If it's not, then you move accordingly. So I happen to really like their connection. I think when it comes to femininity, for me, Mercedes' energy is very attractive, very engaging. She's very easygoing. You hear all the guys, they say she always has a smile. That energy is very attractive to me as a man. Like, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody who has lightness, who's not going to be always trying to be calculated and trying to outdo me, in terms of be one step ahead of me, but like just be easy and effortless. That energy is so engaging and attractive, and I like their connection. Now, where they're going to go, are they going to go the distance? I don't know that. I do see Mark Anthony as a bit of a playboy, so I'm not sure. But I think, hey, listen, they both seem to like each other. Go, they grown. Have a good time,
Yeah. Anyone else? You don't have to all speak on this one if you don't want to. So
I think I give. Okay, I give credit to Mercedes because she did something really well that I haven't seen people really do. Is get him to talk about something that he's passionate about. Instead of who's your top. How's the process for you? In the generic question, she asked him about something that he mentioned earlier. She brought it back as a callback and, asked him to go more into it. And you saw him kind of, lighten up when he was talking about the pilot thing. So then the conversation went a little bit more, flirtatious, which is fine. I think that they're both really attractive people. So that's fine. But I just felt like it went on a little bit too long and too descriptive. It was like, the genie gonna come out the bottle. It's not gonna be blue. How many times you gotta rub it? More than 3. And I was just like, okay, like this is going on like a long time. So I thought it was a little much, but I think, they can do that because they're both young without children, and they're having something light and youthful and fun. So I thought it was good for what it was worth.
You know what? I thought the same thing with Toya. I thought that that her mentioning that was a way for her to get in with him as far as learn more about him. But then when she said that she was doing it too, I was like, were you asking him about the pilot to make mention that you are going to be a pilot too, or you have aspirations to be a pilot too? So I don't know. It was a good conversation they can both have with each other. So I do agree with you on that. I think that they did need more of that in the show. But I was kind of like confused by that one. But I like your viewpoint on it.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I liked them from the beginning because they had like natural chemistry. I feel like he can be his authentic self, whatever that is, with Mercedes, like just that kind of carefree, flirtatious, youthful vibe, which just comes across just more like him. I really liked the way that Mercedes looked with her hair. She doesn't have the braids anymore. I really like. She looked really beautiful in the date. However, I do think that there's a way of showing interest without being too sexual with it, I think. So there's nothing wrong with letting somebody know that you're interested or even that you're attracted to them. But I think just her mannerisms a little bit, again, like everybody has said, just her licking her lips, And she's the one that actually went in for the kiss. Again, there's nothing wrong with it, but I think in this situation, because of the fact that it's Marc Anthony, and we've spoken about how attractive he is, he's probably used to women doing that, and pursuing him. So it's kind of played into his hand a little bit, that he doesn't now have to do as much work with Mercedes, which is a shame because she's such a great girl. And I do feel like long-term wise, I don't think that Marc Anthony is the best fit for her, because he's just really playful. I just think that it just went on a bit too far, the kind of sexual innuendos. You can communicate your attraction to someone without having to be like that. So even the way that they skipped out of the restaurant, I was just like, oh my gosh, like I really hope that this doesn't go as far as what we've seen on TV.
I'm hearing you. Anyone else with a thought? Last one, actually. Take one last one, if there anybody has. If not, we're moving to championship round. Okay? Championship round. No thoughts? Fantastic. We'll move to the championship round. We're going to talk about the beef that happened between Morgan and Blake. I'll play the clip and we'll get the conversation going. It's the last one, the championship round. I need all energy, all points, all fired up. Debates, conversations, what you feel. I need it all from y'all. Okay? All right. So let's play a little clip and get the conversation flowing in this direction.
A man or children or anything else to make me happy, I have all that I need. So yeah, I felt like you tried to kind of talk me into a corner that day. You also said that 80% of the things that I feel like I want out of life, I won't get if I have a child.
Ooh, baby. All right, so Morgan and Blake, it's been brewing for a few weeks now. There's been conversation here and there in the corridors, and it's finally come to blows. But I want to get your thoughts on this conversation. What did you glean? What did you gather? Maybe you have an unpopular opinion. It's good to give different points of view. So I want to know what you guys' thoughts are. Yeah, I want to know what people's thoughts are. The faces looking onwards are ominous and interesting. Who would like to go first? Well, since we have two people who haven't got a camera, go for it, Corey. Because I was going to pick you anyway. I really was.
Yeah. I honestly think that the interaction. I think Morgan. I lost a little respect for her. The reason why I say that is because in the beginning she said she was open to the meeting. They had a conversation. He said his words were, "I apologize for how I made you feel." Right? He didn't necessarily say hurt at first, but she was giving all vibes that he did hurt her because she kept naming things he said and whatever. He was trying to apologize. I saw that effort. I also saw that he said, what did he say? He said, I wish you the best of luck. And then she came back with, I hope I never see you again. I hope you die. It's really a lot of negative energy from her. So yeah, my respect for Morgan just really, really went the opposite direction. I thought she was a very beautiful woman, but with attitudes like that, that attraction goes down for me. So if she was open to it, I would have seen some signs. We all would have seen some signs of her being open to it, but she really wasn't. She allowed him to speak. What I heard was respectful, unless something was edited out, but what I heard was respectful. He was trying to own up to it, and she just didn't want to hear it. She just wanted to give him a piece of her mind. So that was her purpose of being there in the first place, giving a piece of her mind. When he greeted her, he said, "Hello, pretty lady," gave her a compliment then, and she just, nothing he could do, nothing he could say would have made this conversation go a lot better the way it was supposed to go. So again, I just think that Morgan was out of pocket.
Can I go next, Coach O? Here's the thing with Morgan, and you can't tell people how to deal with conflict, which is the older I get, I realize that everyone deals with conflict differently. But I really believe that Morgan probably should have addressed Blake and her grievance with Blake when he did what he did, but instead she held on to it. And it kind of looked like a pile-on when she finally addressed it. And it didn't look like the punishment kind of fit the crime at that point in time. But I think it would have been best if she would have addressed him closer to the time where he actually offended her, so it didn't look like she was so unhinged. Because I think she came across as unhinged, but I think her grievance was actually real. And even with his little slick remark, because I think you guys have to remember Blake does a lot of underhanded bullcrap. And he may have seemed like he was like being cool, calm, and collected, but he was even taking shots at her in the men's lounge, talking about she wants a baby at all costs. That was a very nasty thing to say. And if he said that, which she gave no indication that she wants a baby at all costs, which is very disrespectful to someone who is who's about 40 years old or 39 or whatever she is, who does want a kid, but not at all costs. He's very nasty with that statement. And I don't know what else he's probably said on the low or on the side or to her, which has made her upset. So I think we have to be mindful that Blake is one of these people who does stuff and hides his hands. And that's the reason why he beefing with Jeffrey like he is, because they both do stuff and hide their hands. And that's why they're beefing. Because people who see traits in each other that remind them of themselves usually don't like each other. And that's their problem. So would I say that Morgan's response was right in the moment? No, I wouldn't really handle it that way. I think she came off pretty nasty. Was I entertained by it? I thought it was kind of funny that she read him his rights. But because Blake is so underhanded, I just think it looks like he's getting beat up on, when in fact, I think he's actually doing things. But I do think that Morgan came off as a mean girl and kind of unhinged. And yeah, I think she needs to work on not holding on to things and addressing folks when they actually do the bull crap that they do, so she don't look like she's coming out of thin air. Yes, and I did think part of it was funny. I did. It was an entertaining scene. Maybe y'all didn't think it was funny. That's why we all have different senses of humor. But yeah, I do think she could have handled it differently.
Yeah, so for me, I think that it points out to Morgan, I'm saying this real quick. It points out to Morgan, the thing that points out to me for her is the fact that she can find something wrong in what everyone else is doing, but her. She hasn't had an opportunity, or maybe not had the opportunity to say anything about what she's doing wrong, what things she can work on. But with Anthony, he's doing something wrong. With Tony, he's doing something wrong. It's everyone around her. She can point the finger real good at what someone is saying towards her, how someone mistreated her, or someone's not doing this or doing too much or something else. She can always do that, but she's not taking any accountability for how she's behaving. And I think someone needs to hold her accountable for that. Yeah, because she can't tell. I'm sorry, nobody. You gotta be quick. Okay, so she can't tell Tony he can't talk to other women. She's not in a position to do that. Just like I said, telling Anthony, what he needs to do, like coaching him up. She's not in the position to do that. Like, you get what you want or you move on. That's all, y'all. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. Go for it, Sam.
My friend Morgan went a little too hard on Blake. She went too hard on him. I agreed with everything Siwe said, honestly. The timing was so wrong. I wish she went ham at him like that at the beginning, but if she did, she probably would have been eliminated. But yeah, she went too harsh on him. The stuff that he did say at the beginning of the show, whenever it was time for elimination, that she wanted the baby at all costs, I don't really know what he based himself on to say that. He doesn't know that girl to say stuff like that. And fertility is a very, very sensitive topic. I know about it. I'm 35 and I don't have kids yet. So there's some type of pressure that comes in with fertility. So maybe that was like a touchy point for my friend Morgan. And I'm just playing when I say my friend Morgan. But I did feel that she went a little bit harsh, and I agree with Siwe when she said that Blake is appearing meek, but I want to see the things that make people so angry at him. Like, I'm getting a little anxious. Like, I want to see that side of Blake that Jefferi has been talking about, that Morgan is talking about, because if I don't see it at some point, I'm going to feel like he's being attacked. I do want to say that he took it really well. He took it really well. I have to give it to him. This is the second time this guy is getting attacked on TV. Maybe wrong or not, it's looking really, the way he reacted on TV, I don't know if I could have done better, but it seems like there's a lot going on. But if really Morgan is only basing herself based on what he said at the beginning of the show, I felt like it was a little too much. That's it for me.
Go for it.
Yeah, I think, like, listen, obviously something's going on. I don't think that all the ladies are making up these things about Blake. However, I gotta say, for somebody that has been like railed multiple times, he just definitely handles himself well. So respect to him, because we done seen many a guy on Ready to Love go off or mismanage it, you know. Look at Charisse and old boy last season, you know, flew off the handle. That couldn't be what's his name, the guy who
Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe. Yeah, that couldn't have been him and Morgan. He'd have flipped that table. So, you know, listen, got to give Blake credit. Maybe he's healed. Maybe he's learned a little bit from what are the things that people are alleging. But I got to think, like, at the end of the day, if you have no genuine interest, if you never had a connection with them, why are you giving them so much of your energy? And that, to me, speaks more about Morgan and her combativeness, because you don't even have an interest in him, but yet you have all this venom and energy to go after him. That, to me, tells me that you are a very combative person. And although you might be right about some of the assessments you made about him, if the person, like, because she was very clear to say, you know, he don't mean you never hurt my feelings or blah, 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 blah. Then if your feelings aren't hurt, he's not a connection of yours, you think you're going to change his behavior by going off on him and telling him he's the worst thing in the world? No, it's just you're unloading. And for me, that kind of person, that energy is not attractive. And if I were Tony and I knew that that interaction took place, it would be a turnoff to me, because why are you investing so much energy into a man that you don't want and you feel like you got to check and correct? Yeah, I'm done with that. You don't need to check and correct a man if he's not in your life. If you don't have a relationship with him and you see him for what he is, then move accordingly, and don't give all that energy, because that's stuff that resides in you. When you waste time and you're ugly with somebody, that means that there's feelings, and that's something in you. And Blake he was like, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, you know, and we're going to go ahead and move on. Have a great day. Take care. And I think that's the best way you handle that, when somebody goes off on you like that. I think he taught us a lot, just like old boy did with what's her name, with the Z from Maryland, right? You know, he handled that situation very well. Again, doesn't mean they're perfect people. I'm just saying it takes a very, you know, you gotta be in control of your emotions when you get confronted that way. And he did a good job in that.
Step in here. I think that Blake has this thing where he knows what age group he's in, like my demo of women, and you know, a lot of them are successful women, are trying to, you know, build families and stuff like that. So I think that he goes hard trying to discourage women from wanting children or whatever, or say your life would be so much better without them, so that he has more options. I think that's what he did in the beginning. But for Morgan to come in that hot weeks for an event that took place weeks ago, that comment that he made, or backing her into the corner, it just seemed out of place. And she's also coming in hot based on a third party conversation that she wasn't on the phone for Blake and Jeffrey. So I think it did come off that way. Like she unloaded on the guy. But I will say, as being prior military myself, and I know he has a military background, we can be berated and screamed at in our face and not say anything back. And he may have some sociopathic tendencies. We don't know what he does when he goes to the car. He could like punch himself repeatedly because he's so angry. But one thing to his credit that Jeffrey and Morgan don't do is they don't know how to pull it back for the cameras. Because you got to think about it. Like, you may not meet your person here. It may not be your forever situation. But this is being broadcasted to the world. And you are on national TV looking unhinged, very much pressed, and very much bothered for a man who, from you guys' own testimony, hasn't tried to reinstate himself into your lives, or he hasn't been calling and blowing up Jeffrey like, hey, I want to get... Like, she hasn't said that anything has happened since like episode 2 or whatever. So for there to be so much energy and eye rolling and stuff like that, you are making yourself look unhinged, or he knows that, like, if I stay cool, you're going to look like the idiot. So it's like, when you see somebody who has that ability to disconnect and just sit there and take it, you have to know how to pull back, because then you start looking like the aggressor, you start looking like the fool, and you start playing yourself. So, yeah.
Okay. So I absolutely loved this scene. I loved it. I was eating it up. Absolutely loved it. You know, it was so entertaining. So entertaining. I loved it. There's a lot of character development for both of them. Okay. And I was just like, thank you so much, because now I know so much about both of you. First of all, this scene was orchestrated by the producers, because there was no way that this conversation had to happen. They've kept Blake in there for a reason, okay? Because he induces a lot of emotion from these women, and they knew that putting these two together, television gold, and I absolutely loved it, okay? Blake, you don't want to argue with Blake, because you're going to lose. Because he's very emotionally detached, that he can just focus on the logic and focus on the task at hand. You're not going to trigger him. You're not going to catch him out. So she was trying, digging, saying all these things. And the more she said, and the less he was disinterested. But because she, again, I'm not diagnosing her, because she has this anxious avoidance style, the more somebody kind of backs away and is not giving her something, the more she's going to keep going, okay? That's why she kept on going. She just could not stop herself, because she needed to know that she had made an impact, and she needed to make him feel something. And he was just like, you're not about to catch me slipping on this national television, okay? One thing about me is I'm going to keep my cool. And so it was interesting having that dynamic. And I do feel like Blake has an avoidant attachment style, which is why he's just so removed. You will never win an argument with somebody like that. There's just no point. Absolutely no point. So that's something that I kind of identified when he was talking, but he's very matter of fact. So I do believe that he said those things about Morgan, because it's very cutthroat. He definitely said those things because he's just very matter of fact. You want kids, blah, 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 blah. And you're not going to get these things. You're not going to get all the things that you want once you have kids. Very matter of fact. But he does have a point. As somebody with a daughter, when you have a child or you have children, your life changes. I'm not saying that you can't get the things that you want, but the speed in which it happens, you need to sacrifice. The first few years of their lives, you need to sacrifice. So I think he's just not able to articulate himself in a way where he's still compassionate in his message and what he's trying to say. He's just very matter of fact. it's like he's on the spectrum. Like people who are on the spectrum sometimes can't read emotion. They can't read the room. He's very much, well, this is a fact, and I'm gonna tell you how it is. He did try to humanize the situation by apologizing first to be like, I'm sorry that I upset you, or this, that, and the other. And then she was just, oh, you didn't upset me. It was very much like she just had to be right at all costs, which is why I think she has these different types of communication styles, right? I feel like she wanted to come across as though she was being assertive, but she definitely has much more of an aggressive conversational style, in that she has to be right. The tone that she uses, however, means that your point is lost. Even though she had a point in that you upset me, but she can't communicate her emotions properly. Now she has to attack this man instead of saying, I was really upset by the fact that you are insinuating that I am desperate to have a child and that my life, has no meaning because I have no... Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, she could not communicate that. But instead she had to attack him for her to do that. I think this will be a really great reflection piece for her if she's able to do that, to kind of look back at this, to be like, oh gosh, why did I go off so bad? Maybe I am triggered. Maybe the fact that I'm 39 and I don't have any children, I'm not married, maybe it's getting to me more than I realize. And the fact that this man was so direct and was not compassionate when he was saying those things to me really impacted me. So it was great character development for the both of them. Morgan, she has a lot of work to do, and so does Blake. I think that he definitely said those things, but he knows how to win an argument. There was no point in having that argument with him. But yeah, I loved it. Loved it.
Who's next? He hasn't spoken yet. Hasn't told us their thoughts. Go for jail.
So I think that Morgan had absolutely no intention of actually having a date. She just wanted to call him out because she was triggered by what he said back in episode 1 at the mixer. So she was fronting, as you guys say. She was faking the funk when she said she wasn't hurt by what he said, because there's no way you cling on to something for that long when you have connections that you're supposedly feeling, and then like hold it all that time, seething in the ladies' lounges, saying that the guy shouldn't be there and all this other stuff. You turn up there only to call him out for what he said. So first of all, she was hurt. She was very upset by what he said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought it up. She would have been able to move on. She didn't let it go. And it doesn't matter what he said. He apologized, didn't matter. If he didn't apologize, he would have still got the same treatment. So I'm not sure why she thinks that it's okay to unleash like that in a show where you're supposed to be dating and trying to have connections. Because if Blake goes back to the men's lounge and tells the guys what happened, or again votes her off, because he's been naming her and Jeffrey as the connections that he has the least connectivity with, right? He wants both of them to go home. So I agree. On a national TV show, like, you could have carried yourself better. You could have let it slide. There was no intent on having a connection or any type of date. It was just to call him out. You don't like the guy, that's fine. Just like Jeffrey, move on if you don't like him. You've got connections there that you do like. Focus on that. And in terms of character development, I did see a lot of character development in Morgan. I didn't really realize how angry she can get, and how the self-control aspect or the self-awareness element, that's not there for me. So on this episode, I picked up her interactions with Tony, where we've already discussed what she was doing, what she was saying, how she was acting, and how she tried to gather up Blake. Again, she didn't have to, but she chose to. And like I said, I'm not one for the combative and all that nonsense. Like, I'm not gonna give no one a pass if you do that, because I think you need to have self-awareness. You need to be aware of the fact that just because you like or dislike someone, you don't have to vent or show it in that way. I'm sure if any of the guys didn't like a lady, we saw that with what's his name, Zoe, when he went at Charisse. That energy is off. There's no need to do it. If you don't like someone, just keep it moving. There's no need to want to sit down and chastise someone for what they said weeks ago if you weren't hurt. The fact is you were hurt, so admit it, own it, and then deal with it in a better way so that it doesn't make you come across like you have such a major issue. I'll leave it there.
Hey, I just want to really just touch on a word point that I think I missed when I joined, but I just want to speak on it. You know, I think with Morgan and Tony, I think they actually deserve each other because of their behaviors, because of their mindsets. The reason why I say that is because, you know, Morgan has this mindset, at least to me, this is just my opinion here, but it seems he has this mindset of she's always being pursued. So for Blake to make up his mind as soon as he did, as far as her not being for him, no matter what that reason for, I think it did something to her. Same thing with as far as being the top one pursued when it comes to Tony. She doesn't want him pursuing anyone else but her. She wants to be, you know, at the top, which most women do. I have no doubt, I understand that. But she's not even letting the game play. She wants to control that situation. Now, that was two things that was asked that I noticed. I just want to speak on it really quickly. It's the question that Morgan had for Tony. She asked Tony, and Mercedes asked Mark Anthony the same question. What do you like about me? When Morgan asked Tony, his response was, we look good together. That was it. Beautiful answer. When Mercedes asked Mark Anthony the same question, he mentioned a personality and smile. No depth, no nothing else. So when people are asking that, especially when a woman is asking that question, she needs an answer that's going to set her apart from everyone else. Not just your personality, not just your smile, not just your eyes, what it is she does for you and what it is you do for her, you know. So I wanted to mention that because I wanted to mention the fact that those answers were horrible for that type of question. And for the ladies in the chat, just be mindful when you ask a man those questions that you get something back with more meat to it. That's all.
Cheers, Corey. Anyone else thoughts on the Morgan and Blake clash? Anyone else got a thought? Anyone else got a opinion? No? Everybody done up? No one else got any contributing thoughts?
I just want to see Blake when the camera are not on. Everybody, you know, he seems so calm in front of the camera that I'm at a point where I'm wondering if he's being attacked for no reason. But I don't think he's being attacked for no reason. I just want to see Blake behind the camera.
I mean, technically, he's only been attacked by two people, Jefferi and Morgan. No one else actually is attacking him, to be fair. So,
I mean, not attacked, but put on blast, I would say. Like, you know, and he's like blank. I do believe that he said the thing to Jefferi, FYI, but I don't know. You know, when you fight with someone that the person is not responsive, it almost make you look like you really like mean because the other person is not responsive.
So what should he do?
What should he do? Me, I wouldn't have sat with Blake because I'm the type of person that if I'm not able to tell you right away what's bothering me, I'm not going to wait for weeks and come at you like this. Like, I'll need to move on. I don't have time. Life is too short. So I don't relate on Morgan for that. I feel like she should have said it then. What you told me, I didn't appreciate. You do not know me from anywhere, you know. Your experiences are your own. Obviously, you've been hurt, which I agree with her when she said that. The comments that he made about 80% of parents, I mean, I thought that was not well said. Maybe he was trying to say something, but if I have to interpret what he said, I would doubt it. I would want to double check his facts. Yeah.
No, fair. Anyone else? Sophie, you haven't? I don't know if I heard you.
One thing that Morgan said, and when Blake said, "I'm sorry, I hurt you," and she was like, "You didn't hurt me." So like she made that very clear. And then in the confessional, she said, "He doesn't have the power to hurt me." And so I don't know what Morgan's issue with power and control is. Like, she hasn't been in love before. I know she's grew up religious, but she seems to want to feel a certain amount of power, and she does a lot of power plays, which is why she's playing with the Lyndon dynamic to, you know, reassert power, and why she wants, she would like for Tony to just hone in on her and make it clear so that she has the emotional control, I guess, or safety. But it's something to the fact that she used the word, "You don't have the power to do that," and that she plays with this element of control a lot, it seems like. And I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if she's never had a significant relationship or she just never allowed herself to fall in love, but I'm not sure where that's coming from.
That's a fair point. Control is a big thing. Go for it, Soph.
Yeah, I think Blake, that is kind of one of his tools that he uses. He doesn't react much, right? He's not easily offended, and even if he is offended, he's not going to show you. So he's not going to, and that could make people feel like, oh my, you know, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he reacting? But in a way, that's a way for him to control himself and not share too much about himself. So not reacting to what people are saying to him could be a complete tactic. It could be a skill that he's picked up along the way. And he's not easily offended, or at least he shows that he's not easily offended. But on the other hand, you know, when after Jefferi insulted him or said those things about him, he did confront her face to face, and he did it in a very collective manner, not in a out of control manner. So, and that's something that Morgan could learn from, even though, you know, the interaction between them was definitely interesting, but Morgan could learn to kind of taper her reactions too, and not be so quick to how she expresses her emotions. Sometimes it could show that she's trying to be in control and maybe out of context and maybe out of anger, reacting out of emotions rather than actually looking at the steps as to what happened. So, but yeah, I think Blake that's one of his powers, is to really hold back his emotions, really hold back and not be offended.
I like it. Go for it, Siwe.
I'm just happy that there's women on this panel that are seeing these type of red flags, because that gives me hope, because I really believe that a lot of us end up in bad situations with people like Blake because we're easily manipulated. It is, like Latoya said earlier, it was a really good point. There's a lot of people that respond in very passive aggressive, matter of fact ways to conflict, and people automatically assume that they're less problematic than the people who kind of address conflict in more boisterous, loud ways or more aggressive ways. A lot of times people who are very underhanded, passive aggressive, and do a lot of stuff behind your back and then respond in very just matter of fact, calm ways are some of the most manipulative, diabolical people that you can possibly deal with. I'm not saying that that's him, because none of us have enough information to really say that. We only know about what Jefferi has said, who is problematic herself, right? So we can only take what she says with a grain of salt. All I'm saying is, before we jump off the bridge feeling, bad, it's not projection. What am I projecting? Y'all don't know me till you say I'm projecting. What I'm saying is that you have to be very, very careful, because a lot of the times these type of people, they try to get, this like sympathy emotion out of you, and that's how they're able to do things to more people, more and more people, and they go through life doing that. So yeah, that's all I will say. And that's not to say, again, that the way Morgan handled that situation was good. I don't think there's anybody on this panel who thinks that she handled that well. I think we all can say that she handled that poorly. Maybe she did handle that honestly. She's being true to herself, and maybe some people can give her points for that she's not putting on for the camera. But I don't think she handled that in the best way. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily be crying for Blake, and that's all I'll say.
So okay. I find this quite intriguing. And I'll tell you why. I think we're downplaying Morgan's behavior a hell of a lot. It's abusive. Yeah, generally is abusive, her energy. Because she went on a complete rant, even when the person's not saying anything. And I think this is where I think as men too, let's say Blake's not great. We know that Blake's not great. But let's take that out of the equation and say this, right? What should Blake do in this instance? Should he talk up? Should he not talk up? Should he let her scream and shout in his face? What should he do to make his behavior acceptable in that moment? There's nothing he can do in that moment to make it acceptable in that behavior, because when he's quiet, he's manipulating. If he starts talking, he's going to be manipulating. If anything he does becomes problematic in that situation, what do we do? What do we do? I'm not saying Blake is great, by the way. Nothing I'm saying here is that Blake is great. What I'm saying is, in this moment, what do we do in this moment? How do we as men handle this situation when we're meant to have a conversation and you drag me through the mud verbally? What are we supposed to do?
I don't think for me personally, I don't think I said or feel as though Blake was manipulative in that conversation. I think he handled it really well. I think that was the best reaction, because like I said, the more that he kept quiet and the more he didn't respond, the more she kind of unraveled and showed herself, right? However, I feel like what I am picking up from Blake from that interaction was the fact that he's very matter of fact. Okay, there's minimal emotion in how he communicates, and that's, again, could be it could be different things. His military background, and again, I'm not saying he's on the spectrum, but he kind of presents that way, like he is a bit on the spectrum. So, he did apologize again, which was a good thing. Like, she obviously was coming for smoke, so she didn't even acknowledge that. So I don't think he handled that particular situation wrong, but I do think that the things that he's been accused of saying, he definitely did say. Whether or not he meant it in a malicious way or not, or that's just how he communicates in a very matter-of-fact way, in that what he thinks is how he says, and he just doesn't package it up in a very nice way. That's where my issue is with Blake, in that if you're not able to be with somebody who's that cutthroat and who's that matter of fact and who kind of struggles with showing their emotion, I think in this situation that was an advantage, that was a great thing. But I think in a relationship, being with somebody who struggles to be emotional is not the best kind of thing. So yeah, that's what I think anyway.
I mean, I did mention that I thought he handled it well. I don't know if you remember it, Kojo. I did say that he handled it well. But I also believe that he said what he said. But that's because, as in the context of the panel, we're talking about the entire show, and sometimes we're trying to make connection on why she may have reacted the way she have reacted. And I even said that, as I think I said like 3 times, I want to see the Blake they're talking about, because if I have to base myself at what I see on TV, it's getting difficult for me to be negative about Blake when all he's showing me is self-control. That's why I keep on saying that, but maybe I'm not expressing myself well. And one thing I wanted to respond to Lauren, something that Lauren said, I like the point that you made when it comes to Blake, but one thing I've learned as a very blunt person is that when you're blunt, do you care about being direct, or do you care about making yourself heard in a healthy way? Because the problem with too much bluntness, as somebody that's been known to be very blunt when I was younger, sometimes you hurt people. Sometimes you hurt, so it's good to be direct and honest, but if the goal is going to be to, if you're going to end up making somebody feel bad, is it worth it to be blunt? But I get you.
But by the way, I wasn't saying you guys per se, panelists or anything. I'm more saying what do we do in that moment? Because as men, right, you start railing on me and I go, all right, cool. Then you're still labeling me manipulative in that moment for being cool. So I'm saying, do I talk up or do I be cool? And when I was going to address the issue that you wanted me to address, you started railing on me. So I couldn't address the issue. So I'm not, again, we all agree on this panel that Blake ain't great. I think we can all agree that Blake's got some tendencies that are nobody want to be really dating. You know what I mean? Am I going to hand my sister to him? No. You know what I mean? But what I'm asking here in this instance is, what do we do in this moment, though? If you rail on me like that and you come at me like that and you still talk to me after, running your mouth still, even when I'm getting up and I'm said, have good luck, and you're still saying negative things to me, at what point do we call her out for the trueness of what that behavior was? And I didn't say she's an abuser. I said it was abusive. It was verbally abusive. It was grotesque in the way she handled the situation. You know what I mean? And at what point do we say, no, this is a great way to handle it? And some of you did. I'm not saying that you did it. I'm saying it's a great way to handle it. And then it's now manipulative, because I did hear the word once or two times that this behavior is manipulative, that he's calm and he's being manipulative about it. But how do you want him to handle it? That's the question I'm asking. How do you want me to handle it in that moment? Because what it's given right now is that men lose either way. I don't say anything, you're manipulative. You say something, you're a sassy nigga. It's like, yo, I can't win. Sorry, who was going to talk? My bad. Go jump in.
I want to clarify. If this is how Blake handles everything behind the camera, in front of the camera, in real life, in private, in public, then there's nothing wrong with the way he handled it. He diffused the situation, he got up and he left. There's nothing wrong with the way he handled the situation. So to answer your question, this is the way a man should handle conflict with a woman. The way he handled it is textbook of how a man should handle conflict with a woman. And I think all the women are saying there's nothing wrong with the way he handled it. Where the idea of him being manipulative and problematic comes is if he's poking the bear, saying nasty things on the side. You see the nasty thing that he said in the men's lounge, and then when he gets a reaction, albeit abusive, aggressive, whatever you want to call it, then he's being calm, cool, and collected. That is actually the problem, because you're not acknowledging how we even got to this place. But, like Sam said, like I'm going to say, we have no proof. of what he's done. All we know is how people are reacting to him. And the problem is that the people who are reacting to him are also showing issues in their own lives. Like Morgan, the way she's talking to Tony, very disrespectful. I think the best display of abusive behavior is not even in this conversation. It's mostly with her, the way she talks to Tony is aggressive, ridiculous. Tony hasn't done anything to kind of really cause for some of the behavior that Morgan shows. And then we have Jefferi. So the problem is that the people who are calling out Blake are also, some could call a bit problematic in their own way. So we don't know. I'm just saying, I hope that Blake is not poking the bear, being nasty, being ridiculous, being underhanded, and then when he's getting on TV, acting like he's a saint. That's all I'm saying. But the way he conducted himself is the best way that a man should conduct himself, because you do not win, as you indicated, Kojo, by yelling, screaming, going toe-to-toe with a woman, or by being catty or nasty. You're going to lose every time. So the best way that he could have handled it is the way he handled it, just to be clear.
But he's still lost now, though. That's the point I'm making. If he's still getting called manipulative, he's still lost. I think that's the point I'm driving.
He's not being called manipulative for the way he handled the conversation. He's being called manipulative from the few things that I have seen. And I'm not calling him manipulative. I'm saying he could be, because of what I personally saw with his comment in the men's lounge. As a woman, and you're shaking your head, I'm not sure at what, but as a woman, that little comment that he said in the men's lounge about she wants to have a baby at all costs, maybe that didn't mean anything to you guys, but it definitely meant something to me. That indicated that he said more, because that was completely unnecessary. And the women are shaking their head, because we know what that means. When a man says something like that, that was completely unneeded and unnecessary. If you didn't want to have a baby with Morgan and you don't want no more kids, then take you and your 3 kids that you seem like you don't want and keep it pushing. But why are you making that type of comment in the men's lounge?
So how would that comment mean anything to Morgan when she never heard it?
No, that comment doesn't mean anything to Morgan. That comment is giving context to why he could or could not be manipulative. That comment gives credence to Morgan's frustration with his earlier statements to her about her having children or not wanting children, and her being delusional about wanting children at her age. That comment.
We know he said that, though. I mean, he didn't deny he didn't say that. That was never a denial that he didn't say that, you know, that he said 80% or whatever. That was never in contest. What I'm saying is, though, once again, he's handled situation, because the thing I'm driving home is here again. You're saying about he said this thing in the men's lounge, so he definitely said it, but we know he already said that. Once he started talking to her, he actually apologized for how she made him feel. Now he didn't. Now he asked for clarity on what did he actually say, so they can discuss it. She never got round to all the way for him to respond to that point, because when he did get to respond to it, as he was responding, she cut him off to give him the woo-ha. And I'm saying again, if we're going to call him manipulative, how? He was about to address the issue and didn't get a chance to address it. So where's the manipulative aspect of this situation? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm asking again. I'm not saying that we agree, he's not great, but I feel like we're doing this thing again where however we feel about the situation, we kind of throw it in there. The situation between him and Morgan, where's a manipulative part in there? She spoke about the very first day they had a conversation. She wanted to address the conversation with him. He started addressing it and got cut off and then called names in between that time. And that's why I said that's because when we first started the conversation, there was none of this, you know, he was great the way he handled it. I'm not saying everyone didn't say that. Some people did, but I'm just saying it's great how he handled it. That's not how we was going on. We weren't going on like, you know, Break was great for handling it. No, it was more like, you know what, he handled that way, but, you know, and there's a caveat in there, but, you know, it's maybe because, you know, he's being manipulative because, you know, he's kind of like his role. So he wants to make her look bad. And it's like, wait. So how do we handle it? That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, I think that point. But maybe when the guys maybe say something, and then maybe I've overshot it a little bit, and see where you respond. And sorry, Latoya wants to go as well. Sorry. Okay, Jay, I'll go first, and then Latoya, and then Seaway. Go for it.
Yeah, there is no way to handle it other than to not rise up and meet her where she was in the public setting like that. Because, like I said before, she came in with the specific intention to try and go at him. And if he had done a Zoe and flipped out, then all hell would have broken loose in the comments and on the internet and on the socials and all of that. The fact that he was quite matter of fact and just said, okay, well, you know what? I heard what you said. Move on to your connections. I'm going my way. That's the same thing he said to Jeffrey when he pulled her to the side. Now, let's be real. Like, the energy that she came with was designed to get a reaction from him. And I think that's an attempt to get him kicked from the show, because she said she doesn't think he should be there. She doesn't like him, malignant cancer, and all these other different things she said. So she was trying to get him a rise out of him, knowing that it would look bad. So that's manipulation as well. So that's another case of manipulation that I've seen from Morgan in this particular episode, right? Blake may have said what he said. And unfortunately, if it triggered her, okay, tell him what it was. Just like they were trying to encourage Blake to tell Sue-Ann what specifically it was that was said. Morgan could have specifically said what had upset her and that she's been holding on for the last 7 weeks. But she didn't do that. She chose to keep going at his neck like that. So I don't think there is a right way that he could have handled it. He was damned if he did, damned if he doesn't. I don't like Blake because I think he's got too much going on to even be considered to be on this show, to be honest. Like, it's a lot to handle with the situation that he brings to the table. All right. So I'm not an advocate for Blake at all. But what I'm saying is, if you don't like someone, right, rather than tearing strips off them, right, like, you have to understand that not everybody's going to rise to it. Not everybody's going to react to it. And if that further makes you angry and makes you mad, then that's a you problem. And in this case, I'm talking about Morgan. It's a her problem. She tried it. It didn't work. She made herself look like she was the one that was not in control. She was unapologetic. She doesn't care. So there is nothing that he could have done to appease her in that situation, diffuse the situation. It wasn't diffused. She still was running her mouth when he was getting up to leave. She had animosity from the start all the way through to the end, and it's not going to change. Like, she just doesn't like the brother, and that's cool. But why are you wasting so much energy on someone you don't like? I think she was genuinely hurt by the rejection or sense of rejection that she felt when they first met. You know, I think she is used to guys pursuing her, or she has this notion that guys must pursue queens or whatever she said, right? And the fact that he didn't, that automatically put him in the firing line. And then when she heard about what Jeffrey said in the ladies' lounge, that again added more fuel to the fire. And she's even made comments about Sue-Ann as well. She doesn't understand why Sue-Ann even likes Blake. It's not your business to know why. You're supposed to be focusing on your connections with Tony and with Lyndon, supposedly. And so, yeah, I don't think Blake could have done anything to calm that down. I don't even think she could even control herself. Otherwise, she would have. That's not what she wanted to do. She was fully cognitive, fully aware. She wasn't intoxicated. There was no excuse that she could possibly bring. She knew what she was doing. She wanted to take him down and finally get him out of there, because he keeps on surviving week after week. And she made a comment about that too. She wants to get him out of there. That's all it was. That's not a date. It's just purely point score and get him out of there, get a rise out of him, and she couldn't do it.
Latoya want to say something, and then Siwe.
Yeah, so I think that nobody has to sit and be verbally accosted, male, female, whatever. I think because of the dynamics, men have to be a little bit more self-aware in those situations, and you have to know your limits. Some people have a very short fuse in terms of what can be said to them. I think Blake is someone who knows that he can sit and bear a lot and not react. He can kind of zone out and stay in that place. If you're a man who knows that being verbally talked to in that way would trigger you and may escalate the situation, and you have a, you know where your comfortability with being talked to in a certain tone, what I would suggest, say, you don't have the right to talk to me this way. I'm leaving. Leave her where she is. You don't. I like Iyanla. You don't get to talk to me like that. Now, I wouldn't raise my voice. I wouldn't get theatrical, because then it's going to look like a power situation. But you excuse yourself from the situation. I have a 17-year-old son. I tell him, if a girl is getting rah, 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 either verbally or getting a little bit too close, you have a right to excuse yourself from the situation. But we all know what we can take verbally. Some people can take a verbal lashing and can sit there and it not really affect them. I think that Blake knows where he stands. He sat and he got talked to and by Jefferi in a way, and he just sat there. He got talked to by Cynthia in a way that was firm and direct, and he sat there. I think that over time, over his life, for 44 years, however, he knows what his limits are verbally. So he can sit there comfortably and say, yeah, are you finished? He even said, are you finished? I mean, he got his little piece in, his little light jab. Are you finished? Are you done? That's how he got, his little piece. But it was an exposure play. I'm going to sit here and let you talk. And the more you talk, you expose yourself. So you think you're winning the war, you just won the battle, but you just played yourself. And now everybody is going to see this part of you. So I think sometimes people play chess and not checkers. And I think whether it's sociopathic, narcissistic, he knows where his levels are when dealing with women, and he knows how to sit in it for a while. You have to know your limits as a man, as a woman, because you can't talk to me a certain way with a certain tone. Know where you are and then govern yourself accordingly. Move out of that situation when you're to your personal limit.
See where you go for it. See where you there?
Hey, I'm sorry. I feel like
That's
I
all right,
forgot my point.
That's okay.
It'll probably come back to me if y'all keep talking, but
cool. Sean, did you have something to say?
No, I think we've dragged the proverbial, hell out of this conversation. So
That's Sean way saying he don't want to tussle tonight. Basically, that's what he's trying to say. He don't want to tussle.
Sean's being very unproblematic. Let's just let him be.
As for me, I could be problematic tonight. I can be. So, if you want to say something, no, Lorraine, you want to say something again?
Yeah, I think like what Latoya was saying about when I mentioned about Anthony and his Matt, how that was derogatory. I think the same thing here with Morgan. She didn't articulate herself in a way to articulate how she was feeling. She was calling him names, and it just wasn't necessary. You could have just said, this is how you've made me feel, or I don't appreciate when you do this. Sometimes people don't know how to explain how they feel or explain what somebody has actually done to upset them. Instead, they just insult them. So her calling him a cancer was just absolutely rude and inappropriate. So it's the same thing here, that she does have to be held to the fire in that situation, and he held himself well. However, he has an unfair advantage in this whole situation to not be triggered, to hold his cool, to have that composure because of his background. And like I mentioned before, he won this argument. If there was going to be a clear winner, he won this argument because Morgan just kept on showing herself and showing herself. And I think that what she needed from him, he just could not provide that. She just needed that validation that, okay, I hear you, I'm sorry. She just needed that emotional security, that blanket. And he's just not the person to do that because he's not able to do that. So when I was saying that he's very harsh and direct, I don't even think it's intentional. I honestly don't. I honestly don't think he's intentional. I think that's just who he is. He's just a very direct and cutthroat person, and it's then interpreted in a certain way. So whereas she needed to be covered and to be protected emotionally, and because he wasn't providing that, she just kept on going and going and going and just could not let go. And I feel like that's just the kind of person that she is. Yeah.
Can I just say something? Like, if she was looking for emotional security, why didn't she share what hurt her with Tony? And that could have been a way that he could have covered her in that moment because they actually have a connection. She didn't, though. She stored it and came at Blake with it. Blake has no loyalty to her or anything. He doesn't have a connection with her. She doesn't even like him. For the last 6-7 weeks, she has not liked him at all. So I don't know if she was actually looking for security from him. I think she just wanted to lambast him. She just wanted to give him both barrels and see if he could take it. That's it. Like, she knew what she was saying. Very cognitive, very calculated. She did her little confessionals before, when she was marching in there, during, and, you know, after she left, she still had words to say. So there was no absence of, you know, what she was doing. And like I said, for me, okay, if he has said something you don't like, that's fine. Like, you don't like him. But the cutthroat comments and the aggression and the energy was from her in this situation. He could have flipped, but he didn't. And when he was calm about it and said, okay, well, look, just follow your connections. That's all that needed to be said. She could have just said, okay. She chose not to. She chose to still give it more mouth. And like I said, I can see why there are some people that kind of empathize with her and see themselves in her to some degree. But what she did was not a good way to handle conflict. Yeah? If you get into a relationship and the person flies off the handle, whether you're male or female, the person is accustomed to flying off the handle just so that they can give you a piece of their mind. Listen, you're not going to have a healthy, long-lasting relationship. It's not positive. It doesn't contribute in any positive way. You might feel better in the moment, but trust me, you're going to be apologizing and you're going to be regretting taking your side of the relationship down that path.
I would add that, like, what I think this is, and listen, maybe I missed some key elements of what transpired between the two of them, but I think this is a combination of bad communication mixed with a little bit of groupthink and the sisterhood contention, you know, because somebody got a piece of information mixed with already somebody's perception of who Blake is. And again, women's intuition is in a lot of instances right. And then just, you know, they like built this person who was Blake. And to me, it's like, I'm sure he apologized, because sometimes as men, it's like you just apologize because you just don't want to deal with whatever is happening. So you just say, I'm sorry. And then she's like, well, you don't even know what you're apologizing for. Yeah, no, I don't. Do you know what you're upset about? You know, and I think from all I'm understanding, the comment was she will have kids at any cost. And what he was saying, and it could be very well wrong and ill-placed and insensitive, was that you want to travel, you want to do all these different things and have kids when kids take a lot of your time up, right? So he was talking from a very practical, logical standpoint, which doesn't mean, you know, okay, it was rude, it was insensitive, she wants to have kids and he's telling her she can't. I just really like, is that enough to call him a cancer? Like, is that her direct experience, or is she feeding off of what what Jeffrey told her? Like, where's all the venom coming from? And that's what I see. I think this is the danger when, and it happens with men and women, because you see it in the manosphere. We'll see a story of a woman moving mad, and then all the guys will all clamor and we'll create a narrative. So I think there's just a whole narrative being created about Blake, but none of us know him, right? None of us really know him. We could speak on little things we've seen of his behavior, but for the most part, we have multiple instances where this man women have come for him and he's been pretty cool, right? So that's what we see, and maybe a little sparring. All right, is that enough to like paint a picture? Okay, could we be right? Could our intuition be right? But we don't have enough information to be so dead set. So I think like this is really what happens in relationships. It happens in real life. We hear somebody, but we miss each other. And then we just take it so personally. And now it's like, oh, I'm fired up. You don't know. You don't know what I'm saying. You don't get what I'm saying. Everybody's fighting for what? What are we fighting for? Like, you can feel that he's rude. You can feel that he's mean. You can feel that he's dismissive. He doesn't really like anybody. And you all probably are right about that. But to like be so dug in that, you know, Morgan is right when she just fired a full clip on this guy, and we don't have enough evidence to know anything that was warranted. That's what I think about all of this.
Good job, Sean. Your fan club is satisfied. They were waiting on you.
I need to do that meme where he's clapping.
You did it just for them. Thank you, Sean.
Nah. Listen, conversation's come to an end and it's been really good. I'm gonna let Sean do his benediction in a second. But yeah, good conversation. I know I pushed you guys. I was being a bit facetious at the end there. I'm not gonna lie to you. Wanted to see what people would say. You know, being a little bit cheeky, being a bit manipulative. I was. But you know, we got it out of you guys. Okay, great content. But no, good conversation. I really do appreciate you guys points on this, and you know, it's one of those things. I can't wait to see what happens next week, because I want to see if they're going to address any more of this situation, if it will continue, like, you know, whatever. So it's going to be intriguing what happens next week. But I definitely believe what you're saying there, Sean. It is a bit of groupthink, and we see it with all on both sides. Both men and women like to do groupthink, and it leads us down the path of creating narratives for people that necessarily aren't the truth in a sense. It's the narrative that often wins, and we see that all the time, like you said, on Manosphere as well. You know, so yeah. But yeah, honestly, guys, great conversation. Let me let Sean do the benediction. And we gonna go to our sweet beds, or whatever you guys do at this nighttime. I don't know, but I'm gonna chow some food. Okay, Sean, talk to them. Give us the benediction, sir.
So listen, clearly we were ready to tussle tonight. So, you know, hopefully, you know, a good debate, you know, has us all thinking and being willing to listen. I think if there's anything that we could take away from tonight is don't be so dug in. Be willing to listen. Be willing to hear both sides. Right? Sometimes you might be right, and sometimes you might be wrong. You know, when's the last time any of us have knowingly said, I'm wrong, right? Don't be so dug in. Nobody's right all the time. And the only way you'll know that is when you actually sit and take time to listen to someone else's perspective. So, you know, I think those are the things we need to do in relationships. Make sure we're really hearing each other, right? You know, if somebody's telling you about their plight, ask questions, get to know them. You know, Mark Anthony and Jeffrey, if you really care, you want to know, right? And know how you can be of help and how you can be of assistance if you care, right? We love natural energy. We love chemistry. We love someone's adoration being mutual, right? So when it comes to Mark Anthony and Mercedes, listen, you know, some people say, you know, don't put all your cards on the table, and I can respect that. But, you know, sometimes it's good. It's refreshing just for someone to be who they are and not be afraid to be who their authentic person is. and share love and light. It definitely does change things. Women, you have a beautiful energy, and when you share that with us as men, I'm telling you, it can change the world. So please share more of that energy, share more of that light with us. It is your superpower, and it helps us, you know, continue to thrive on in relationships. So be yourselves, look in the mirror, communicate effectively, and ask questions. Back to you, Coach.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. Hey, listen, we came strong, and audience, you guys came big. You know, we had, I think we had just short of 700. So really appreciate you guys tuning in every Saturday for the live shows as well. Listen, tomorrow night we're back with the men's panel. Okay, I still haven't figured out the topic yet, which is going to influence Tuesday's panel. So I'll talk to the men and see what we can conjure up for us as men. But we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, and seeing you guys on Tuesday night for the open panel between men and women as well. I can see the numbers coming through for those conversations. I'm seeing more men in the chat as well coming through. So listen, I like what's happening. Okay, we're seeing more men come in, which means we're going to get more of their opinions, more of their thoughts, you know, which is good. So, and I didn't know so many men watch Ready to Love. There's obviously clearly a lot of us secretly watching Ready to Love. Clearly, you just can't say it because we're called sassy, plain. But listen, audience, we appreciate you lot for coming through. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. On your way out, like the live, okay? I'm not giving you no flyers to take away with you, but just like the live on your way out, okay? All right, press the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. And if you haven't pressed the bell button to get notifications of when I upload, then you need to press the bell button, okay? Just a few things before you leave, you know? All right, listen, you know, I'm not going to leave you without leaving you with what I need to leave you with. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to leave you with what I need to leave you with. And you know what I'm going to leave you with? Okay. I hear you.
I'm leaving here with something. I'm leaving here with something.
Oh, my internet wants to play out. Internet said nope.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
On that note, guys, good night. We'll see you again very, very soon. Ta-ra.